My name's Ethan Manston. I'm 18 years old and from Montana. And right now, I have 0 pounds to my name. No land, no farm, no money. Absolutely nothing. 2 years ago, I came to the UK, drove through Witcombe Valley, and something just clicked. So I came back, did a 2-year unpaid agricultural placement on a farm here, and lived in a caravan the whole time. Yeah, that one. My dad's built one of the most successful farming operations in Montana. But that was his journey, not mine. I'm not here to follow in his footsteps. I want my own farm, built my own way. Small, organic, sustainable. Something I can actually be proud of. This is where my journey begins. So this is it then. 18 years old, living out of a caravan on someone else's farm. Absolutely no money to my name, and somehow still completely convinced this is going to work. I've spent the last 2 years here working for Pete, doing whatever needed doing, just trying to understand how everything actually fits together. Not just driving tractors, but how farms in this valley actually run, where the money comes from, what works and what doesn't. I've saved everything I could, which sounds good until you realize everything isn't exactly much when you're starting from scratch. The plan's there though. I know what I'd do if I had something to start with. I know the kind of operation I want to build. It's just that gap between knowing and actually being able to do it that's the problem right now. Still, something usually turns up. You just have to be ready when it does. Hey Pete.
Morning, lad. Happy birthday. 18 now. That's you properly on your own feet, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, feels about right.
Right. Before you get stuck into anything today, I want you to head over to the grain shed in the barn opposite and have a look inside. Don't start anything else first. Just go and take a look.
All right. What am I looking at? Pete. That wouldn't happen to be the 710, would it?
Yup. John Deere 710. Sat exactly where I last parked it. 13,000 hours on it. Hasn't turned over in a good couple of years now. Fuel system will want going through. Electrics will need sorting. And I wouldn't trust half the hoses on it as far as you could throw them.
Yeah.
It's yours if you want it. I've got no use for it anymore. And it's not doing anyone any good sat in that shed.
Pete, I didn't actually have a starting point this morning. I knew what I wanted to do, but I didn't have anything to do it with.
And now you do. Just don't make a big thing out of it. Get it running, make it useful, and go and earn with it. That's all it's there for.
Yeah, I will.
Good. And don't ring me asking what's wrong with it. You've worked on it enough. You can figure it out.
Fair enough.
Now get yourself out there, and happy birthday.
Thanks, Pete. Right. Let's see if that's actually enough to get you going properly. Yeah, all right, that's a start. Pete's given me the baler as well. Massey small square. Which realistically is the first thing that's going to make any money. So if this tractor doesn't hold together, none of that really matters. And there it is. Yeah, I rushed that. Got it running and just assumed it'd be fine, which it clearly isn't. Let's just get it out into the yard and see how bad it actually is under a bit of load. Not great. No, stop. This needs doing properly. It's still the fuel side. That's where it's breaking down. Should have picked that up the first time. Give me a minute. That's better. That's a lot cleaner. Got it down to about 10% now, which is probably about as good as this thing's going to get without throwing proper money at it. That should be enough to actually rely on it. Hello?
Ethan, it's Giles Hartley, Longacre Farm.
Oh, Giles. Yeah, hi.
Pete Mercer gave me a ring this morning. Said you're on your own now. Look, I've just finished harvesting up on field 33. That's north of the valley, up past the manor house. Straw's down and ready to go, and I need it baled up properly.
Right. Okay.
It's not a small field, and with that baler it'll take you a bit of time. But if you're willing to take it on, I'll put about 8,000 on it for you, just this once. Get you up and running.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take it. That'd be a massive help, Giles.
Good. Head on up when you're ready. No rush on the day. Just get it done properly.
I will. I really appreciate it. Honestly.
You're Godric's boy. I know how he runs things. If you've taken anything from that, you'll be fine.
I'll give it everything I've got.
That's all anyone can ask. Good luck up there.
Thanks, Giles. Right. Here we go then. First proper job, straight out the gate. Bit of a climb up here as well. This thing's gonna have to work for it. No money, no backup plan. If this doesn't hold together, I'm straight back where I started this morning. But that's properly working. Right. Stay steady, keep it clean, and just don't give it a reason to fall apart. This is kind of exactly what I had in mind when I came back here. Start with whatever I can get, take on contract work, build something up piece by piece instead of trying to jump straight into owning everything. The way it works here, there's a lot of support if you do things properly. Government schemes, environmental payments, grants, but they're all tied to how you manage the land. So the plan's to do it right from the start. Keep everything clean, look after the ground, work toward organic if I can. I don't know exactly what this turns into yet, but I know I want it to be mine. That'll do. 8,352 pounds for the first job. And I can't really argue with that as a way to start things off. I knew there was money in it if you did it properly, but I didn't expect it to come together like that straight away. At the same time, I'm not kidding myself. That's not normal. And I can't build anything expecting that sort of payout every time something comes in. Giles was helping me out there, same as Pete did this morning, and I've got to treat it like that. A good start, not a standard. Summer's basically finished now as well, which changes things a bit. There won't be much more call for baling like that, so the one bit of kit I've got that actually earns money is already on its way out of usefulness. Right, autumn then. Different kind of work, different pace, and probably a lot less straightforward than what we've just come off. Summer gives you opportunities, autumn makes you think a bit more about how you're actually going to keep things moving. Hello?
Ethan, Arthur Haynes.
Arthur, yeah, hi.
Pete and Giles both mentioned you're getting yourself started, so I thought I'd give you a call before someone else did. There's some deadwood down in the South Forest that needs clearing. Nothing complicated, just cutting and stacking. About 1,000 pounds in it.
Yeah, I can do that. I've got a chainsaw, so that's not a problem.
Good. Anything you cut, you're welcome to take with you if you want it. I don't need it, and I'd rather it wasn't left lying around on the land.
That's good to know. I'm not entirely sure what I'd do with it yet, though. I don't even have a trailer to move it properly.
You'll figure that out soon enough.
Yeah, I'll head over now and get started.
Let me know when it's done.
Will do. Thanks, Arthur. Right. 5 trees by the look of it. Nothing massive, but enough there to make it worth doing properly. Plan's simple. Take them down clean, cut everything into manageable pieces, and stack it up along the side so it's easy to come back and collect. It's not glamorous work, but at this stage, it doesn't need to be. There's probably a bit of money sat in this as well if I can shift it. Maybe a couple £100 once it's all moved and sold, which isn't huge, but it all adds up when you're starting from nothing. The bigger issue is actually moving it. Without a trailer, it's just going to sit here, which defeats the point of doing it properly in the first place. So that's already the next problem to solve. How I turn this from just a job into something that actually creates a bit more value on top of it. Right, so trailer's the next step. Doesn't need to be anything big, just something I can actually pull with this tractor and use to move logs, tools, whatever comes next. There's that place down in town, Peacock and Bennington. Been there a few times with Pete, so I know roughly what they've got. Past the carvery there on the left, always seems busy no matter the time of day. Over the bridge now, canal's full, boats all lined up along it. Sawmill's just off to the right. That's where all that wood's going to end up if I can actually get it down here. That's the thing now. Everything has to connect. No point doing jobs if you can't move what comes out of them. So yeah, get a trailer, keep things moving, and start building something that actually works together instead of just reacting to whatever comes up. Yeah, this place has got everything. Fent lined up there, Massey's next to them, all the kind of kit you'd want if you had the money sitting there ready to go. It's easy to get carried away looking at it, but that's not where I'm at right now. I just need something simple that does the job and doesn't cause more problems than it solves. Best thing to do is go and introduce myself properly, see if David's about, and what he's got that might actually work for me. No point overthinking it. Just start with what I need and build from there. Hey, I've been in a couple times before with Pete Mercer. Not sure if you remember.
Pete, yeah, rings a bell. Can't say I remember you, though.
That's fair. Ethan. I've just started out on my own, so you'll probably be seeing a bit more of me from now on.
Right, fair enough. What are you running then?
Just a John Deere 710 at the minute. Old thing. Bit rough, but it's going.
Yeah, I know the one. Proper starter tractor, that. Looks like it's had a hard life.
Still is, to be honest.
So what brings you in today then?
I've just taken on a deadwood job down in the South Forest, and I've got no way of moving it. So I'm after something cheap. Nothing fancy. Just a small trailer I can pull behind that 710.
Right. Budget's the key word there then.
Yeah, as cheap as I can get away with, really.
I've got something out back that might do you. Lizard two-wheel trailer. Not pretty, not new, but it'll hold what you need it to hold.
What are you thinking on it?
About $1,000 for it. It's not going to win any awards, but it'll get you going.
Yeah, that sounds about right for where I'm at.
You'll get logs on it, no problem. Just don't go stacking it like a lunatic.
I'll try not to.
Want to take it?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Good man. I'll get it sorted for you.
Appreciate it.
You'll be back for more before long. Trust me.
That's the plan. See ya. Right, let's have a look at what we've actually got. Hitch looks alright. Tires are decent enough. Nothing falling apart, which is a good start. No real tie points on it though. That might be a bit of an issue once I start loading logs on properly. Might have to get creative with that. Straps, positioning, just make sure nothing's going anywhere it shouldn't. Still, for 1,000 pounds, I'm not expecting perfection. It just needs to do the job. Right, back down to the forest then. Get that wood loaded up and see if this thing actually earns its keep. First proper bit of kit I've bought as well. Not much, but it's a start. Right, let's get the first of this loaded up and see what we're actually working with. Not too high to start with. Just keep it sensible and make sure nothing's going anywhere on the way down. Everything's already cut to size, so it's just a case of getting it stacked properly. Keep the weight balanced. Don't overload it, especially with no proper tie points on this trailer. That should do for a first run. No point pushing it straight away. Better to make a couple trips and keep it all under control. Right, down into town then. Last thing I need now is losing half of it before I even get there. Be interesting to see what this actually comes out at. It's not exactly high-value stuff as it is, but it's better than leaving it sat in a pile doing nothing. 146 pounds. Right. Not huge, but it's something, and it proves the idea works. Right, back up for another load. It's not going to be big money doing it like this, that's already obvious. Couple 100 pounds here and there, and it takes time to move it all as well. But it fills the gaps, and right now that's what matters. Keep the money coming in, even if it's small, and just keep building from there. Second load, same again, don't rush it. Keep it neat, keep it manageable. Dad?
Ethan, finally caught you at a decent time.
Yeah, just out working. How are you?
Busy. We're all over the place at the minute, filming. Can't say much about it yet, NDAs and all that. But it's shaping up to be something worth watching.
Yeah, I've been hearing bits about it. Sounds big.
It is. I'll let you know when it's ready. You'll want to see it.
Yeah, definitely.
So how are you getting on over there?
Good, actually. Spoke to Giles. He gave me a baling job to get started, and now I'm just finishing up a deadwood contract for Arthur.
Deadwood, yeah. That takes me back.
I know, I've heard the stories.
That's exactly where I started. Clearing deadwood for next to nothing, trying to work out how to turn it into something more.
Yeah, I mean the contract's about 1,000, and I'm getting a bit extra selling the wood, but it's not massive money.
It never is at the start. It's what you do with it that matters.
That's what I'm starting to realize. Feels like there's something more in it than just selling it straight off.
There is, if you think it through.
I mean, firewood maybe? Cut it properly, stack it, sell it on pallets or something? Especially heading into winter here, people are going to need it.
That's exactly the kind of thinking you want. Don't just sell the raw material if you can turn it into something worth more.
Yeah, I'm trying not to just copy everything you did though.
Probably for the best. Just don't start mowing backwards.
Yeah, I've heard that one enough times.
Good. Learn from the mistakes without having to make them yourself.
I think the firewood idea could work. I just need somewhere to actually do it. Space, storage, something like that.
Then that's your next step. And don't stay in that caravan too long either. It's fine for now, but it's not a long-term setup.
Yeah, I've been thinking that as well. If I can find somewhere with a bit of land, I could set something up properly.
Exactly. Build it so it works for you.
I will.
And call your mother. She'll want to hear from you.
Yeah, I know. I will.
Good. Don't leave it too long between calls either.
I won't.
All right, keep going. You're on the right track.
Thanks, Dad. Right, firewood. That might actually be something. Finish this up first, then figure out how to turn it into something bigger. Right, new month, new approach. Autumn's properly here now. Winter's not far behind. And if this firewood idea is going to work, it needs to start now, not in a few weeks when everyone else has already thought of it. No waiting around for calls this time. If there's work out there, I'm going to go and find it myself and start building something off the back of it. Time to call Giles.
Giles speaking.
Hey Giles, it's Ethan. Just thought I'd give you a ring. See if there's anything going at the minute.
Ah, good timing actually. I've got a couple patches of deadwood up in the forest, above field 33. Same area you were in before. Needs clearing properly.
Right, okay.
There's a fair bit there, so it'll take you some time. But I'd put about 1,800 on each patch. So call it 3,600 pounds if you get through both.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. I'll take it.
Thought you might. You're set up for that sort of thing now anyway.
And just to double check, the wood from it, am I alright to take that as well?
Of course. I don't need it. Otherwise I wouldn't be offering it out like that. Do what you like with it.
That's ideal. I've actually been thinking about doing something with it. Turning it into firewood. See if I can sell it on properly.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Especially this time of year. People will be wanting it soon enough. If you can get ahead of that, You'll do all right.
That's the plan. I just need somewhere to actually set it up properly.
What sort of place are you after?
Somewhere I can rent ideally. Bit of space, maybe a garage or yard where I can store and process it.
I'll keep an ear out. Things do come up around here. You just have to be quick on them.
That'd be great, thanks. I'll keep looking as well.
Good. Get that wood cleared first, then worry about the rest.
Will do. Appreciate it, Giles. November already. And you can feel it now. Proper cold creeping in, leaves coming down everywhere. Everything's starting to slow up a bit. Sitting just under 15,000 in the bank, and I found something, listing on the other side of the valley. If it's what it looks like, I need to get there before someone else does. From what I've seen online, it's more than I actually need for living, but that's not really the point. It's the space that matters. Somewhere I can actually set something up properly instead of trying to make everything work out of a trailer and a caravan. Yeah, this is it. Right, okay, that's bigger than I was expecting. House is more than enough. But that shed there, that's the important bit. Firewood stacked along that wall, maybe run pallets down this side. There's a lot more room here than I thought. Even space round the back as well. Yeah, this could actually work. $900 a month, about $11,000 a year. It's not cheap, not for one person anyway. But if this works, it pays for itself. That's the way I've got to look at it. Right, no overthinking it. This is the one. Get it locked in, get a year paid, and don't have to think about it again until next November. Let's see what we've actually got in here. Yeah, that'll do nicely. Bit of space. Couple of old tools left behind. Nothing special, but useful. Plenty of room for wood, for pallets, even space to keep everything under cover. This is exactly what I needed. Right, get the trailer in first, keep everything out the weather. Leave that there, shut it up. Need to grab the baler from the caravan as well. Can't leave that sitting out. Back it in. Yeah, that fits nicely. That's everything under cover now. Proper base to work from. And this is where it starts. Little setup here, pallets ready to go, somewhere to process it properly. Cost me about $1,800 to get it going, which isn't nothing, but if it works, it's worth it. 2,500 liters in, nearly 6,000 out in pallets. That's where the margin comes from. Just over 2,000 a pallet. That's strong. And that's winter pricing as well. Drops right off outside of this time of year. So this is it. This is the window. Get as much made now as possible and move it while people actually need it. Right, no point standing here looking at it. Need wood. Messaged Giles already. He's got another patch up by field 33, same as before. That's the play then. Get back out there, bring it in, and start turning it into something worth selling. This is the first thing that actually feels like a business. Let's go get it moving. Before I forget again, I should probably call Mum. She'll have my head if I leave it too long. Hey, Mum.
Ethan, hi. I was starting to think you disappeared on me.
No, just been busy. Things are actually starting to come together over here.
That's good. I miss you, though. The house feels very quiet without you. I've been traveling with your dad a bit, which has been nice, but it's not the same.
Yeah, I know. I miss it too. I'll try and call more. I've just been trying to get everything going here.
So tell me, what are you actually doing? Last time we spoke, you were still working for Pete.
Got a little old tractor now, but I've done a few jobs now. Baling, deadwood contracts, and I've just set up a place to rent with a workshop so I can start doing firewood properly.
That sounds like a big step. Are you keeping track of everything properly?
Yeah, I mean, I know roughly where everything's at.
Ethan, roughly isn't enough if you're turning this into a business. You need proper records, proper income tracking, And if you're selling products like firewood, you should really be doing it through something official.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that actually. Especially if I start selling to places like the farmer's market.
Exactly. Do it properly from the start and you won't have to fix it later.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And what about grants? Schemes? The UK has a lot of support if you qualify.
I've looked into them. I know what's there. I just need land in my name before I can really use any of it properly. For now, I'm just renting and building up.
That's fine. Just don't rush into anything financially. No big loans, no overspending. Build it steadily.
I will. I'm being careful.
Good. I just want to make sure you're doing it right.
I am. It's going well. Better than I expected, to be honest.
I'm proud of you, you know.
Thanks, Mum.
Call me again soon, all right?
I will. Promise. Right, there it is. First proper pallet of firewood. Started as dead wood sitting in a field. Now it's actually something ready to sell. That's the difference. That's where the value is. If I can keep this moving, keep bringing it in, processing it, stacking it up, there's something in this. Still a lot to get through though. Need to get the rest of this cut, split, and ready. Winter's coming, and that's when this either works or it doesn't. Winter's here. Properly here as well. Cold mornings, frost everywhere. Even got a snowman out front somehow. First time in a long time I've actually slept in a proper bed too. Not a caravan, not freezing overnight. Makes a difference. Right, let's see what we've actually got. 10 pallets? Yeah, that's solid. That's a really good start. Only issue now is getting them moved. No chance I'm lifting those by hand. They're far too heavy. Right, need something to shift them. Forklift, something small, something cheap. Crisp morning, 1 degree, fog sitting low across the valley. Proper winter feel now. Got about 2,500 left, so whatever I get needs to fit inside that. Not exactly a strong position to be buying equipment from, but I don't really have a choice. No one here. Back room, office. Brilliant, of all days. Right, I'll give Oxy a ring. No point wasting time. Hey Oxy, it's Ethan. I'm down at the shop. You about?
No, sorry mate, I'm out today. What do you need?
I've got pallets of firewood ready. Just need something to lift them onto the trailer. I've only got about 2.5 grand though, so it's gotta be cheap.
Yeah, that's not much to play with, but I might have something. There's a manual forklift sat in the back room. Been there a while, no one's touched it.
Manual?
Yeah, all arm power. Not pretty, but it works. 200 quid.
Yeah, that's perfect. I'll take it.
Go grab it, it's yours. Transfer me the money when you've got it.
Will do. Appreciate it. This really is manual, isn't it? Going to feel this one after a few lifts. Still, 200 pounds? Can't complain at that. Right, get it back, get it inside, and start moving these pallets properly. That'll do. Let's get it set up. Right, now I can actually move them. I need somewhere to sell them. I did see the farmer's market website. There was a number on there for someone called Diane. Yeah, worth a call. See if she needs any firewood down at the market. Hi, is that Diane? My name's Ethan Manston. I've just started up doing firewood locally.
It is? Firewood, you say? Where are you based?
Just over the other side of the valley. I've got about 10 pallets ready, and I'm looking to start moving them.
You've timed that well. We've actually just run out at the market.
Right, okay.
Bring 4 down today if you like, and I'll take them. I can do just over £2,300 a pallet, cash, but that's because we need it immediately.
Yeah, that works. That works really well.
Now listen. This one I'll take as it is, but if you want to keep supplying, you'll need to do it properly.
As in?
Register a business, company name, invoices, proper records. I run the market, and everything that comes through me is accounted for.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've been meaning to do that anyway.
Good. Because if your wood's decent, and I'll know soon enough, I'll want more next month.
It's good. Proper dry deadwood, processed clean.
We'll see. When can you be here, do you reckon?
I'll load up now and head over.
Right, that sounds wonderful. See you shortly.
Right. That's 4 pallets gone in one go. Proper sale, proper money. Yeah, that feels different. Just had a message from Arthur as well. Small deadwood patch. Nothing major, but worth doing. Yeah, straight onto that. No point slowing down now. More wood in means more pallets out. First time this actually feels like more than just bits of work tied together. That was a business transaction, even if it was a one-off. Next month, that changes. Need to get everything registered properly, get a name on it, start doing it properly through invoices and accounts. And if Diane wants more, which she will if that goes down well, then I need to be ready to supply it. That's the loop now. Cut it, move it, process it, stack it, sell it. Couple hours later, that's the lot down, all stacked and ready. Get it back to the shed, keep it moving. Right, straight into processing. December's nearly done, just under 12 grand in the bank. Now it's about turning this into something consistent. New year. Bit of snow coming down, proper cold now. 18 pallets sat there ready to go. Yeah, that's not a bad place to start from. But now it needs to become something official. No more half measures. Business needs registering, accounts set up, everything done properly. Been playing around with names as well. Didn't want something too specific. Manston and Company. Yeah, that works. Leaves it open. Doesn't lock me into just firewood. Gives me room to build it into whatever this turns into. Even sketched out a few logo ideas the last couple nights. Nothing fancy, but it's a start. Right, let's get this sorted. Hi, I'm looking to get a business registered.
No problem. What sort of business are you setting up?
Small operation to start with, firewood mainly, but I want something that can expand over time.
That's fine. Have you got a name in mind?
Yeah, Manston and Company.
That works. Nice and broad.
Yeah, that was the idea. I've even got a rough logo concept if that helps at all.
Go on then.
Nothing final, just something I've been putting together.
Looks good. Clean, simple, easy to build a brand around.
That's what I was going for.
Right, we'll get you registered and set up properly. Once that's done, you'll be able to invoice, track everything, and run it as a proper business.
Perfect. That's exactly what I need.
Give me a few minutes and we'll get it sorted.
Right back home. Manston and Co. Properly up and running now. Better call Diane and see if she wants more. Hi Diane, it's Ethan. Manston and Co. business is all ready to go.
Congratulations, Ethan. Yes, wonderful news. I was expecting your call.
I've got more firewood ready to go.
Good. We'll need 8 pallets this time.
8. Yeah, I can do that. I can offer them at 2,000 pounds a pallet.
That's a competitive price. Sounds good. I'll take all 8.
Perfect. I'll get them delivered in runs, 2 at a time with what I've got.
That's fine. Just keep them coming through.
I'll write up an invoice now. Manston and Co. 16,000 pounds total, and send it through.
Good. I'll have it paid by the end of the day.
Appreciate it.
Keep the quality consistent and we'll keep doing business.
You've got it. Thanks, Diane. Right. First proper invoice sent. 8 pallets lined up. This is exactly what I was working towards. First load of 2 dropped off already, and it's running smoothly. Trailer's doing its job, forklifts holding up. Just takes a bit of time doing it this way. 3 more runs to go after this one, So it's not quick work, but it's steady, and that's what matters. This is the difference now. It's not just doing jobs and getting paid. It's producing something, moving it, and selling it properly. Once this is consistent, there's probably more I can do with it as well. Different sizes, different types, maybe even expand into other things alongside it. But one thing at a time. No point getting ahead of myself before this is properly stable. Load, drive, unload, repeat. Keep it simple, keep it moving. 16,000 pounds in for the first proper run through Manston & Co. That's a big step up from where this was even a couple of weeks ago, just cutting dead wood and hoping to shift it. It's still early, and there's a long way to go before this is anything stable, but that's proof that the idea works. If I can keep supply up and keep the quality there, there's something real in this. January's done, and for a first proper month running it as a business, I don't think I could have asked for a much better start than that. February already, and you can feel winter starting to ease off a bit now, which is good, because it means I can start thinking a bit longer term instead of just reacting day to day. I've still got 10 pallets of firewood to move, so there's money sat there, but this month I want to focus on getting a proper bit of land under me, something I can actually start building from properly, and I think I know exactly who to call.
Giles speaking.
Hey Giles, it's Ethan. I just wanted to ask you something. Would you ever consider renting out Field 17 to me? And if so, what sort of price would you be thinking?
Field 17. Yeah, I suppose I would. It's not doing a lot at the minute. Just wild grass. I leave it be most years. Could be a good chance for you to get something going on your own ground.
That's what I was thinking.
Tell you what, I'd rent it to you for £2,600 a year. And if you ever want to buy it later, I'd let it go for $26,000.
Yeah, I could probably buy it now, but I'd be completely wiped out if I did that.
Exactly. Better to rent it, get something going, then decide later.
Yeah, that makes more sense. I'll take it.
Good. I'll get the paperwork sorted and send it through. Once that's paid, it's yours to use. Just look after it.
Appreciate it, Giles. Really. And this is it. Field 17. Not big, about a quarter hectare by the look of it, but for what I've got, it's perfect. Wild grass, no chemicals, no interference. It's basically been left alone, which is exactly what I want. Could put it into a scheme straight away. Let it grow through spring, don't cut it until July, get paid for that. Then bale it properly as hay, no wrapping, keep it clean. There's another scheme there as well. And if I do that right, that's another product, hay bales, something else I can sell alongside the firewood. There it is. Invoice from Giles, $2,600 for the year. Right, get that done now. First bit of land. It's not much, but it's enough. When the time comes, I'll need a mower, a tedder, a rake, get everything set up to actually work this properly. But that's for later. For now, just having it is the main thing. Hello?
Hi, is that Ethan? Craig here from the Toby Carvery down in town. Diane gave me your number. Said you're the one to speak to about firewood.
Yeah, that's me.
We go through quite a bit here, especially this time of year. Would you happen to have any available?
I do, yeah.
Good. 2 pallets would do us for now, just to get us through the month.
Yeah, I can do that. I'll price it at 2,000 pounds a pallet.
That works for me. Bring it down today if you can.
I'll get it invoiced now and head straight over.
Perfect. Come in when you arrive. We'll have a proper lunch and chat on me.
Great, will do. Right, word's getting around then. 2 pallets on, get this moving. It's a good sign. Diane's clearly happy with the wood if she's passing my name on. First proper repeat style customer. Not just one-off sales. Something I can rely on and build around instead of chasing the next job. Manston & Co. starting to feel real as well. Orders coming in, invoices going out, everything actually moving the right way. If I can keep the supply steady and the quality right, There's no reason this can't keep growing from here. Yeah, looks busy enough. Right, let's get in there, make a good impression, and see where this goes. Craig, I'm Ethan. Good to meet you. Appreciate you having me in.
Ethan, yeah. Good to meet you properly. Come on, grab some food. We'll have a quick chat.
I won't argue with that.
So, Diane says your firewood's solid.
That's the aim.
We're not burning through huge amounts all at once, but it's steady. And steady supply is worth more than anything.
That works for me.
That's good. If you ever get to the point you're producing more, meat, veg, anything like that, we always look to source local if the quality's there.
Yeah, that's where I'd like to get to eventually. Just not rushing it.
That's the right way. Now, I'd better get back to it. Was great meeting you, and if you could drop the pallets round the back, we go from there.
Appreciate it, Craig. I'll get them sorted now. That's a good one to have. Proper customer, proper conversation, and something that could turn into regular work if I keep everything where it needs to be. 2 pallets dropped off round the back, all sorted, and paid straight away as well, which makes a big difference. It's starting to feel less like chasing work and more like actually building something that connects together. That's the key now. Keep supply steady. Keep the quality right. And make sure every order that goes out is something people want to come back for. Quick stop at the farmer's market as well, just to see how things are moving there. 4 pallets gone already, 4 still sitting there. So it's moving, just not as quickly now that winter's easing off a bit. That's fine though, it's done its job. It got things started, got money moving, and got my name out there. Back to the shed now. 8 pallets left here as well, so still in a strong position heading out of winter. Got 1 pallet of wood chips sitting there too. Might be something in that. Sawmill maybe, or someone local who can use it. No point letting it sit if it can bring something in. Overall though, February's done, and it's been a good one. Land secured, new customer in, steady sales. Everything's moving in the right direction. Now it's about carrying that into spring and seeing what this actually turns into. You can feel it straight away. Bit more warmth in the air, days starting to stretch out again. First thing to get sorted is the schemes. This one's simple. Leave the grass alone through spring. Don't touch it until July, and you get paid for letting it grow naturally and giving wildlife space to move through it. Then there's this one, cutting down on plastic use. No wrapping bales, which suits me anyway because I was planning to go straight into hay when I cut it later on. One thing that does need sorting now though is this trailer. It's been solid up to this point, but I'm spending too much time going back and forth with it. If I can carry more in one go, everything speeds up. Less driving, less loading, just smoother all round. Ease it out? Yeah, that's about all it's got left to give. There's enough money there now to actually improve things without putting myself in a bad position, so it makes sense to upgrade it while I can. Let's see what's sitting down there. Starting to recognize this place a bit too well now. Not a bad problem to have, I suppose. Morning, Oxy. I'm on the hunt for a new trailer.
Not surprised. That little one's done a fair bit of work for you by now.
Yeah, it's been solid, but I'm outgrowing it. Too many trips back and forth.
Tell you what, I'll take it off your hands for $739.
Yeah, that sounds fair. What have you got to replace it?
Got a FarmTech EDK 650 out back. Flatbed version. Grey body, green headboard. Nice bit of kit.
That sounds about right, actually. Not too big, not too small.
Comes with straps as well, so you're not fighting to keep everything on.
All right, I'll take it. Appreciate it, Oxy.
No worries. She's all yours.
Yeah, that's a proper step up. Nice wide bed, solid frame, and those straps are gonna make a big difference straight away. Looks clean as well. Simple, but exactly what I need. Now, let's put this to use. I think I'll call Arthur and see if he has any deadwood jobs on the go. Hey Arthur, it's Ethan. Just checking if you've got any more deadwood going?
I do actually. Bit further out this time. Northern forest, right up near the top corner.
That's fine. I've just upgraded the trailer, so I want to give it a proper run anyway.
Moving up already, are we?
Trying to.
Alright then. Same deal as before. Get it cleared. Let me know when you're done.
Will do. Heading up now. Thanks, Arthur. Yeah, this is a bit further out, but there's a decent amount here. Right, let's get into it. Straight away, you can feel the difference with this trailer. Just being able to load properly without worrying about space makes it so much easier. I can actually build a proper load here, stack it high, use the straps, and not feel like I'm about to lose half of it on the way back. If I do this right, this could be one trip instead of 3 or 4. That alone saves so much time over a full job. And it's not just this, deliveries as well. Instead of 2 pallets at a time, I can probably run 6, maybe even 8 if I stack it properly. Might even be able to double stack at some point, really start moving some volume. For $6,000, that's a big upgrade to how everything runs. Still got about $23,000 in the bank as well, so there's room to work, but I need to be careful with it. Tax bill's coming next month, and that could take a decent chunk out. And rent, 11 grand due later in the year, that needs to be set aside properly. Yeah, that's the priority. Make sure that money's covered first, then everything else builds around it. Right, that's about as much as I can safely get on. 1 load, that's the difference. 1 full load, stacked properly, straps holding everything in place, and I'm not worrying about losing half of it on the way back. Before this, I'd still be halfway through the job, going back and forth trying to move it all in smaller runs. Now it's 1 trip, 1 proper load, and straight back into processing. Let's see what this looks like coming off. There we go. Yeah, that's exactly what you want. Straight into the work area as well. Saves time straight away. Just need to split this out now. Keep one side ready to feed straight into the saw, other side stacked clean so it's not in the way. It's simple work, but doing it like this keeps everything moving without slowing me down later. Even ended up with a pallet of wood chips out of it. Let's get this one moved back in. That's 2 pallets of chips now. Not entirely sure what the best use for them is yet, but I'll figure something out. Spring's here, so it's not going to move like it did in winter. Still, it's not a bad problem to have. Better to be stocked up than scrambling later when it picks up again. March done, and everything's in a good place heading into April. April's here, and with that comes the one thing I've been keeping in the back of my mind the whole time: tax. And somehow, after all that, nothing owed. I'll take that. Definitely wasn't expecting it to land like that. Couple of orders come through this morning as well. 2 pallets for Craig down at the carvery, and another 2 for Diane at the market. That's the kind of thing I want to see now. Steady, repeat orders just coming in without having to go chasing for them. Get these lined up properly. Keep the weight balanced, straps tight. Last thing I want now is undoing good work with something silly on the road. This trailer's made a massive difference already. Before, I'd be thinking about how many trips this would take. Now it's just load it once and go. It's funny how one upgrade like that changes everything. Not just time, but how you plan your day as well. You start thinking in full loads instead of half jobs. If I can keep this pace up, produce, stack, deliver, and not let things bottleneck, it's going to stay manageable. Out onto the road now. Roads are a bit quieter this time of day as well, which helps. Everything's starting to link together now. Supply coming in, product going out, customers coming back. It's not perfect, but it's working. There we go. First stop. It's been a solid month overall, just keeping things moving, refining how everything works, making sure nothing's getting wasted. Even started putting a bit more thought into the brand side of things as well. Manston & Co. isn't just the name anymore. It's actually starting to look like something. Got some bits made up, shirts, hoodies, hats, even mugs. Just stuff I can wear and use while I'm working, keep it consistent, and get it out there a bit more. They're all up on the site now as well if anyone's interested. Nothing over the top, just simple, clean designs. And if you do end up having a look, there's a code running at the minute. ETHAN26 gets you 20% off. Anyway, thought I'd come and have a look before wrapping the month up. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. Grass is coming through nicely, all natural, no interference, just doing its thing. Letting it run through to July should work well. See what the scheme pays out, and then get it cut into hay properly. Be interesting to see how many bales come off it as well. Could be a nice addition alongside everything else if it works out. April done, and everything's set up nicely heading into the next phase. May's started properly now, and for the first time, I'm not looking at the bank thinking how I'm gonna survive the month. July's the big one, that first proper cut on the field. And if I don't have the right gear ready before then, I'm going to be scrambling. So today's simple. Get a mower, get it stored, and make sure everything's lined up before the grass is ready. Just gotta be smart with it as well. No point buying something the tractor can't actually run. So we'll see what Oxy's got and make a call from there. Morning, Oxy. Back again. I'm after a mower this time. Something I can get in now and have ready for July when the field's ready to cut.
Yeah, that makes sense. Have a look through the catalogue there. There's a few options under $5,000 that'll do what you need without overcomplicating things. All decent bits of kit.
Just need something the tractor can actually handle without killing it.
That's the thing. Your 710's right on the edge for some of these. That RDMR's a bit heavier and wider. I wouldn't bother with that one if I were you. The RP1700 though, that's probably your best bet. About 4,100, needs around 60 horsepower.
That'll do the job nicely. Let's go with that one.
Good choice. That'll see you right.
Nice one. Cheers, Oxy. That looks the part straight away. Not too big, not too small. And it actually suits the tractor, which is the main thing. Hitch it up, make sure everything's sitting right, no wobble, no nonsense. Yeah, that's solid. Right, that's one job sorted. Next stop, Mayfair. Might as well see what's going on down there while it's on. You can hear it before you even get there. Loads of people, chatter, stalls. Definitely busier than I expected. Let's go have a look. Wow, this place is nice and busy. Always great to see all the locals out. Hey, sorry, I don't think we've met. I'm Ethan.
Hey, I'm Rosie. Yeah, I've seen you around. You're the one doing the firewood, right?
That's me, yeah. Still figuring it out, but it's getting there.
Of course it is. You're the American, yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
Thought so. Didn't think we'd be short enough on farmers round here, we'd have to import one. Give it a few months. See how long it lasts.
Callum.
I'm not really here to take anything off anyone. Just trying to build something of my own.
Yeah, well, this isn't Montana. Doesn't work the same here.
That's enough. If you've got something useful to say it properly. Otherwise, don't say it at all.
Was just saying.
No, you weren't.
Sorry about that.
Don't worry about it. Comes with the territory, I guess.
Good to see you here, Ethan. This is where people actually start to get to know you.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll warm to me eventually. Anyway, I'd better get back to it. Well, bit of everything in there. Some good, some not so much. But that's probably how it's meant to be. You don't just arrive somewhere like this and fit straight in. You've got to earn it. Just got back and already got a message through from Craig at the Toby Carvery asking for another 2 pallets, which is ideal. Not massive orders, but it's consistent, and that's exactly what I need right now. I've sent him an invoice over for $4,000, $2,000 a pallet, so let's get those loaded up and taken down. It's starting to feel a bit more real now, not just scraping together whatever I can find, but actually having people come back and ask for more. 2 pallets here, 2 pallets there. It's not massive, but it adds up, and more importantly, it keeps things moving. That lad from earlier, Callum Draper, definitely not the warmest welcome I've had since being here. You can tell straight away he's not a fan of someone new turning up and getting involved, especially not someone from the other side of the world. Doesn't really bother me though. I'm not here to prove anything to him, just here to build something that works. Straight back to the shop now because I'm about to do something I probably shouldn't. Let's see what Oxy's got. All right, Oxy, back again.
Back again already? What are you after this time then?
Tedder and a windrower.
Have a look in the windrower section. That Lizard Z240, about 800 quid. Bit old, but it'll do what you need. You can switch it between windrowing and tedding, just change the tines over.
That actually sounds perfect, to be fair.
Cheap, simple, does the job. Hard to go wrong with it.
Yeah, all right, I'll take it. 800's a no-brainer for now, thanks. For the price, that's solid. Bit rough around the edges, but it's exactly what I need right now. Pete, good timing actually. I was just about to ring you. You got anything going at the moment?
Yeah, actually. Field out the back of the yard. 98. Needs tedding. Not a big job, but it wants doing.
Yeah, I know the one. I can head straight over now.
I'll give you about £1,000 for the day.
That works perfectly. I'll get on it.
You've been keeping busy then?
Yeah, more than I expected, to be honest. Ended up picking up a place on the other side of the valley with a shed. Started putting together a firewood setup out of there. Manston and Company. Been doing bits of contract work alongside it. Deadwood, baling when it comes up, and now starting to get a few repeat orders coming in, which helps.
Sounds like you've not been wasting your time.
Just trying to keep everything moving, really. Bit of everything at the moment, but it's starting to come together.
Good. Keep it that way.
Appreciate it, Pete.
I'll leave you to it.
This is exactly what I need. Work like this, steady, simple, keeps everything ticking over while I build the rest up around it. Summer's finally here, and you can feel it straight away. Longer days, warmer air, everything actually growing properly now. One more month, and that field's ready. Still got those 2 pallets of wood chips sitting there doing nothing though. Been looking around, and there's a livery yard not far from here. Might be worth giving them a call and seeing if they need them. Hi, is that Sarah? It's Ethan. We met briefly at the Mayfair. I've got a couple pallets of wood chips I'm looking to move. Just wondered if you had any use for them.
Possibly. Not something I urgently need though, if I'm honest.
That's fair. I'm just getting things going properly at the moment. Small setup, and I've got these 2 spare. I could do them for £1,000 each just to move them on.
1,000 each? Yeah, that's actually pretty reasonable. All right, I'll take them.
Perfect. I'll send the invoice through now. Do you want me to drop them off?
Yeah, that works. Just down by the lake. Oak Tree Farm. I won't be there, but you'll see a pallet already in one of the sheds. Just leave them in there.
Yeah, I know the place. I'll get them over to you now. This must be it. Place looks tidy enough from the outside. Proper setup this. Everything's clean, well kept, building's all in good shape. You can tell straight away it's run properly. And there we go. That pallet in the shed. That's where she meant. Nice and easy drop off in the end. Can't complain with that. Worth having a quick look around while I'm here, just to get a feel for the place. 2 silage bales there, and those are big ones as well. And inside, yeah, full stack of large straw bales, then grass bales, and hay stacked off to the side. This is a proper operation. They're not dealing in small stuff here. Might not need anything I'm producing right now, but if I scale up later, this is exactly the kind of place you'd want to be supplying. And there they are, first proper group of horses I've seen around here. That's a lot of mouths to feed, and a lot of bedding as well. Wood chips now, hay later, maybe even more down the line. Just need to keep things steady and build up to that. No point rushing it. Right, back home now. Schemes are coming up next month. July's the evaluation point for leaving the field uncut through spring. That's when we find out if it's actually worth it, whether the payout makes sense compared to just cutting it and turning it into bales. Could go either way, to be honest, but either way, we'll learn something from it. Grass is looking good though, really good. Thick, even, grown out properly. First proper harvest coming up. That's a big moment. Got everything ready as well. Mower, tedder, rake, baler. And if I keep it all as hay and don't wrap anything, that's another scheme payment on top. Sitting at about $34,000 now as well, which is still a strange number to say out loud considering where this all started. And there's still space here, loads of it. That whole bit next to the shed, and then the back corner as well. Could put something in there, chickens maybe, rabbits, some kind of small setup that brings something extra in, or even a small production line of some sort, just something that makes use of the space. Not rushing into anything though. Better to figure it out properly than throw money at something that doesn't work. For now, things are moving in the right direction. That's what matters. Let's call it there and get ready for July. This is it. July's here. Just had the email through from the schemes as well. First proper payout. Let's see what we've actually made. 3,000 pounds, just for leaving the field alone through spring. That's better than I expected, to be honest. Proper money, and I haven't even touched the grass yet. Which means now we've got a decision. Take the payout, then go and cut it anyway, turn it into something more, or just leave it and play safe. No, we're cutting it. That's always been the plan. And the second scheme? Yeah, that one's still running. No wrapping, hay only, next check's in August. So everything we do here now, it matters. 37,000 in the bank, everything finally lined up, and now we actually get to see if this all works the way it's supposed to. First proper job on my own field. Not a contract, not someone else's land. Mine. Been waiting a long time for this. Hang on. Why am I not moving? That's not good. That's really not good. It's the mower. It's too much for it. 50 horsepower trying to drag something that wants 60. And the ground's not helping either. Alright, don't panic. Just get it moving again. Back it off. Reset. Give it a bit of room to breathe. There we go. Moving again. Just need to be smart with it. Keep it rolling. Don't let it bog down again. That's better. At least it's cutting now. Although, there's not much coming off it. Edge of the field's always thinner though, so maybe it picks up further in. Just need to get into the middle. That's where it'll show. Alright, first lap's nearly done. Just keep it steady. Bit soft up here. Ground's starting to give a little. It's alright, still moving, still moving. No, 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 not again. Come on! It's gone, completely gone. I'm stuck. That's it, just completely buried. First proper job on the field. First time everything's meant to come together, and I can't even move. Thought I had it all lined up this time. Got the mower, got the kit, got the plan, and it still isn't enough. This isn't just bad luck either. This is the tractor. It's not built for this. So what do we do now? Call someone? Get pulled out? Call Giles? Or just accept this is where we're at? Because if this doesn't work, then everything changes. We either fix this, or we upgrade. And I think I already know which one it's going to be. Well, that's not exactly how I imagined ending the first year. There goes the old 710. Giles has taken it down to the workshop now after we completely buried it in the mud over in field 17 trying to run that mower. I think I just asked too much from it in the end. Good little tractor, but 50 horsepower and wet ground wasn't a great combination. But maybe this is a sign as well. Maybe it's finally time to step things up a bit. I caught the bus into town this morning, and I'm heading down to Peacock and Binnington's now to see if Oxy's got anything that might work for us, because we can't leave that field sat half-finished forever. There's the shop now. Morning, Oxy.
You look stressed already.
Tractor finally died on me.
Ah, the little John Deere finally gave up then?
Pretty much buried itself alive in the mud.
Well, funny timing actually. I've got something you might like. MTZ, turbo version, about 110 horsepower.
That sounds a bit more like what I need.
Cheap too, 12 grand. Few hundred extra if you want it painted up.
Can you do it black?
Course I can.
Alright then, let's do it. This thing actually looks seriously good. First tractor I've ever bought myself too. 12,600 pounds all in. Definitely the biggest purchase we've made so far. Yep, bit more power than the old 710. Right then, back to the field. There's the mower still sitting where we left it. Hopefully this thing handles it a little better. Oh yeah, no problem at all. This thing just pulls straight through it. No slipping, no bogging down, no struggling up the hill. Feels weird actually being able to work without fighting the tractor every 5 seconds. We spend the rest of the afternoon cutting through the field properly, slowly working our way around and finally getting the whole thing knocked down. There we go, field finally cut. Took a bit longer than planned getting here, but we got there in the end. We'll leave the grass to dry out now, and next month we can come back with the tedder, rake, and baler, and hopefully make our first proper hay crop. Right, tractor away, mower parked back up, and after all that chaos, I think we're finally ready to start year 2 properly. August already. Officially year 2 now. 1 full year gone already. This month should be a good one though. First hay crop off field 17, first real chance to use all the equipment we've bought over the last year, and hopefully the first time this little field actually starts paying us back for all the effort we've put into it. Alright, let's get moving. Still getting used to this MTZ, honestly. Compared to the old John Deere, this thing feels huge. So much more power too, makes everything feel way less stressful. Nice morning for it as well. Middle of August, sun's already out. Grass should be ready after sitting cut for a while now. There we are. Field's looking pretty good actually. First job today is tedding everything out so it dries evenly into hay. Basically just turning the grass over and spreading it around a bit more. Haymaking seems simple when people explain it, but there's definitely more timing involved than I expected. Hard to believe this was just wild grass sitting untouched earlier in the year. 3,000 pounds from the spring scheme definitely helped make this whole thing worthwhile too. There we go. Hay's looking much better already. Nice thing about this machine is it doubles as the windrower too, so we don't need another separate piece of equipment. Just switch the setup around a little and now we can start pulling everything into rows. This part's honestly way more satisfying. And hopefully there's enough here to make a decent amount of bales because I genuinely have no idea what a field this size is supposed to produce. Alright, rows are done. Looks really clean actually. Time to head back and grab the baler. Funny thinking this little baler was one of the first things we got given. It's basically been sitting in the shed waiting for this exact moment all year. Back into the garage nice and easy. Tedder back where it belongs. Mower over there. And now the important part. There she is, little Massey Ferguson baler. Kinda nervous, honestly. Never really done this before. Rows still look good though. Hopefully the baler agrees. Alright, let's see what happens. Okay, yeah, we're picking it up. And there goes the first bale. Hold on a second. Man, that's actually really cool seeing that sitting there in the field. First ever Manston & Co. hay bale. Looks good too. Nice, clean little hay bale. After that, we just keep going row by row through the field, slowly watching more and more little bales appear behind us. Whole place gradually filling up with them. Need to figure out pricing too, because eventually these things need to actually make money. I checked the store prices earlier, and they're selling these same size bales for around 300 pounds each, which honestly feels insane. But then wholesale prices are way lower than I expected too. If I just sold straight into the market, we'd barely make anything. So maybe somewhere in the middle makes sense. 150 pounds maybe? Cheap enough that people would rather buy from me than the store, but still enough to make all this worth the effort. And there we go, final row done. That's not bad at all. Whole field baled up, proper first harvest. And we should definitely be able to get another cut off this field later in the year too. Means this isn't just a one-time thing. Alright, time to head home and swap equipment again. Baler back into the shed for now. One last job left though. Need to actually get all these bales home. trailer back on, and now it's straight back down the road to the field again. Feels weird how normal this drive's starting to feel now. House to field to town, town back home. Starting to actually feel settled here. There they are, whole field full of little hay bales. Luckily, these are still small enough to move by hand, so we spend the next while loading them onto the trailer one by one and stacking them carefully into rows. And while I'm doing this, I keep thinking about the pricing again. 150 pounds really does feel about right. Half the store price, still decent money for us, and hopefully cheap enough that local people actually want to buy them. Especially considering this field already made us $3,000 before we even touched it. 34 bales too. Honestly, better than I expected from a field this size. Alright, all strapped down and ready to go. First ever load of Manston & Co. hay bales. Gate shut behind us, and back home we go. Pretty good way to start year 2, honestly. First proper harvest done, first bales made, and now we've actually got another product to start selling alongside the firewood. Back into the yard, nice and easy. There we are, 34 bales sitting on the trailer, 25,000 pounds still in the bank, and plenty still left to figure out. But standing here looking at all this, it finally feels like Manston & Co. is becoming something real. September already. Summer's fading out fast now. Mornings are colder, evenings are getting darker earlier, and there's definitely that autumn feeling starting to creep into the valley. Honestly though, this is the first month where the business feels like it's actually moving forward a little. Right now, I'm just unloading the last of these hay bales into the shed and getting them stacked up beside the firewood. First proper harvest we've ever had here at Manston & Co. And now comes the important part, actually trying to sell them. I figured Sarah down at the livery yard would probably be the best place to start, so let's see what she says.
Millwood Livery.
Hey Sarah, it's Ethan over at Manston & Co. We just finished our first hay harvest, and I wanted to see if you might need any bales.
Oh, nice. What size are they?
Just small square hay bales, 600-liter ones.
Ah, no, sorry. We only really use the big 8,000-litre square bales here. We go through too much feed for the small ones to really make sense.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense actually.
Try Oliver over at Willowbank though. Smaller setup. He might take them.
Alright, thanks for that. Appreciate it. Well, guess that's my first rejection. Honestly, didn't even think about the size difference being an issue. I just assumed hay was hay. Still, no point sitting around feeling sorry for myself. Pete used to feed loads of hay to the cattle when I worked for him, so maybe that's a better place to start.
Pete Mercer speaking.
Hey Pete, it's Ethan. Got some hay bales ready finally and wanted to see if you needed any.
Oh yeah. Sounds like you're getting things going down there then.
Trying to anyway.
They the little 600-litre squares?
Yeah, those ones.
Ah, perfect actually. I'll take 10 if you've got them spare.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll get them loaded up and bring them over shortly.
Sounds good. Just drop them by the lower milking barn near the parlour. Cows will probably start eating them before you've even left.
Alright, see you soon. There we go. First sale already feels a little better. Still though, might as well call this Oliver guy too while we're here. If you want some as well, we can do both deliveries in one run.
Willowbank Stables.
Hey, is this Oliver? Sarah Millward gave me your number. My name's Ethan. I run a small business called Manston & Co. nearby, and we've just finished our first hay harvest.
Oh yeah?
We've got small square organic hay bales, 600-liter ones. Was wondering if you might need any for the horses.
Actually, yeah, those would probably work really well here. How many have you got?
About 20 spare right now.
I'll take 16 if that works for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll get them loaded up and bring them over today.
Perfect. Just leave them in the open barn beside the dressage arena when you arrive. And welcome to the area, by the way.
Appreciate it. See you soon. Well, there we go then. Not a bad morning, honestly. Time to get these loaded up. It's already starting to rain. First stop's Pete's farm. Roads are getting familiar now, honestly. Strange thinking how nervous I was driving around here a year ago. There's the cattle barns up ahead. Pulling into Pete's place still feels weird after working here for so long. Feels more like visiting an old job than visiting another farm. Just through here, and there's the lower milking barn. Pete wasn't kidding either. Soon as the bales hit the feeders, the cows are straight over eating. Honestly saves Pete a pretty decent job too. After unloading, I spend a couple minutes just walking around under the roof, listening to the rain hammering down outside. Man, imagine owning a place like this one day. Big barns, cattle everywhere, proper land, proper setup. That whole estate idea keeps creeping back into my head lately too. Still probably way out of reach right now, but maybe not forever. Anyway, next stop. Roads are soaking wet now as we head further through the valley toward Willowbank. Oliver texted me the address earlier, so hopefully this is the right place. Yeah, this looks like it. Nice little property, honestly. Old English barns, tidy yard. House looks really well kept too. And over there's the dressage arena with the stables further back near the horse paddocks. Definitely a different feel compared to Pete's farm. Oliver asked for the bales to be stacked in the open barn beside the arena. So we spend the next while unloading all 16 one by one and getting them stacked up neatly inside out of the rain. Honestly feels good finally seeing products we made ourselves leaving the farm. Both invoices paid too, which definitely helps. We're sitting around 28,000 pounds now, which isn't bad at all considering where we started. After unloading, I take a quick walk around the yard before heading out. Couple horses out in the paddocks, nice quiet setup, and honestly, Oliver seems like a good person to know around here. Hopefully we can keep him on our good side. Anyway, rain's getting heavier now and I'm soaked through, so I think it's time to head home. Not many bales left now either, which is good. Firewood season's coming up soon too, and hopefully once winter hits, we can start shifting more of those wood chips as well. But for now, September's been a pretty solid month. First real hay sales done, some new contacts made, and for the first time in a while, it actually feels like this business has some momentum behind it. October rolled in overnight. Trees around the valley are starting to turn orange now. Mornings are damp, and there's that cold feeling in the air where you know winter's not too far away anymore. But before everything slows down for the year, we've still got one more cut left in field 17. So first job this morning is getting the mower hooked back up and heading down there before the weather changes again. Honestly, still feels kinda strange having equipment sitting in this shed now. Year ago, I barely owned anything at all, and now we've got a mower, tedder, baler, trailer, tractor. Little setups growing slowly. All right, mower's on, let's head out. Roads are covered in leaves already too. Whole valley looks different compared to summer. There's the field up ahead. Grass actually came back pretty well after the first cut. Definitely worth doing another harvest before winter sets in. All right, mower down. And there we go, cutting nice and clean again. Crazy thinking this field was basically abandoned before we got here. Now we're getting multiple cuts a year off it, plus the spring scheme payment on top. Honestly, the spring scheme still feels like the smarter option too. 3,000 pounds just for leaving it untouched through spring is hard to ignore. We'd probably make slightly more from another cut, but once you factor in all the fuel, time, loading and deliveries, it balances out pretty fast. While I'm mowing, I keep finding myself thinking about Blackthorn Estate too. Most of the valley around here is owned by them. Big manor house over on the hill, loads of farmland, old barns, woodland, pretty much half the area honestly. They lease farms out sometimes through applications and interviews, but apparently nothing's available right now. Still, if something does come up eventually, maybe it's worth trying for. Could be a huge step for us one day. Anyway, focus on this first. Last strip coming up now. And there we go. Whole field cut again. Looks good too. Nice, neat layer sitting there ready to dry out and get turned over. Quick look around. Yeah, definitely worth doing. All right, back to the house for the tedder. This road between the house and field might as well be our driveway at this point. Back into the shed nice and easy. Mower off, tedder on, and straight back out we go. Clouds are rolling in a little now too. Hopefully weather holds long enough to get all this done. Back through the gate and into the field again. All right, let's get this hay turned over.
Hey kid,
Hey Dad,
what are you up to?
out in the field tedding hay. Last cut before winter.
Man, hearing that brings back memories.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, used to spend half my life doing exactly this. Long days chasing weather forecasts and hoping rain stayed away.
Sounds about right, honestly.
How's everything going over there anyway?
Good, actually. Better than I expected. We've got the field producing now. Firewood's still moving. Sold most of the hay already, too.
That's awesome, Ethan.
There's also this estate here called Blackthorn. They own a bunch of farms and yards around the valley. Apparently, people can apply for leases when they become available.
You should absolutely look into that.
You think?
Of course. That's how a lot of people get started. You don't need to own everything straight away. Just need an opportunity.
Yeah, maybe. Could be something worth aiming toward at least.
Exactly. One step at a time.
Appreciate it, Dad.
Proud of you, kid. Keep going.
Funny hearing Dad talk about doing the exact same jobs years ago. Makes this whole thing feel bigger somehow. Rows are looking good though. Nice and thick again. Now it's time for the baler. Back down the road one more time. Tedder away, baler hooked on, and straight back to the field yet again. Busy month this one. Rows are still dry too, which is good. All right, let's start baling. Always satisfying watching the little bales pop out behind the baler one after another. Whole field slowly filling back up with them. While I'm doing this, I've been thinking a lot about winter too, and how we keep the business moving once the grass stops growing. One idea I've got is maybe building some raised garden beds beside the house. Nothing huge, just enough to grow a few vegetables and maybe sell some produce down at Diane's market. Would have to be temporary though, since this place is rented. Need something we can eventually pull apart and move somewhere else if we had to. Still, could be a nice little extra income stream. And there we go. Final row done. Field full of bales again. Looks like about the same amount as last time too, which honestly surprised me this late in the year. Back home for the trailer now. Baler tucked away, trailer hooked up, and now we do the slow part. Back through the gate once again and straight into the field. 33 bales this time. One less than the first cut, but honestly that's still really solid. We spend the next while lifting them onto the trailer one by one, stacking them carefully into rows, and trying not to wreck our backs in the process. Definitely feel this tomorrow morning. Last few bales loaded now, straps on, trailer secure, and that's October done. Field's empty, grass is cut, and winter's officially on the way. Back through the valley roads one last time and into the yard, straight into the shed. We start unloading a few bales onto the growing stack beside the firewood before finally calling it for the night. Long month, but a good one. And honestly, sitting here with a hot cup of tea while rain taps against the windows, life's starting to feel pretty good out here. November hit hard this year. Woke up this morning and the whole valley was covered in fog. Bare trees everywhere, freezing air coming through the yard, and mud starting to build up around the gateways again. Walking into the shed this morning though, it's kind of satisfying seeing everything we've managed to build up over the last year and a bit. Trailer still loaded with hay bales from the last cut, couple more stacked off to the side, pallets of firewood lined up ready for winter deliveries. Rent day. 11,000 pounds gone instantly for another year on the house and yard here. Watching the account drop from 28,500 down to 17,500 definitely hurts a little. We also got the payment through from that reduced bale wrapping scheme as well. Whole grand total, 177 pounds. So yeah, probably not something we'll be relying on too heavily in future. Nice little bonus, I guess, but definitely not life-changing.
Morning, Ethan.
Hey Pete, how's things?
Good, actually. cows absolutely tore through those hay bales you dropped off earlier in the year. Don't suppose you've got any more?
Yeah, actually, we've got 41 sitting in the shed right now.
I'll take the lot if you're willing to sell them.
Seriously?
Yep. We'll need the feed through winter anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll get them loaded up now and bring them over.
Perfect. Same place as before.
Sounds good. Appreciate it, Pete. That definitely helps. Honestly, selling all 41 bales in one go saves a huge amount of hassle trying to move them individually. By the time we finish loading them all onto the trailer, strap everything down and send the invoice through, Pete's already paid. Account sitting at $23,300 now, which feels a lot healthier than it did an hour ago. Right then, time to head down there. Roads are filthy today too. Constant drizzle, mud everywhere, and tractors leaving tracks all over the lanes. There's Pete's place up ahead. Driving through here always reminds me where this whole thing started, honestly. We roll past the first cattle barn, and all the Herefords are already crowded along the barriers, watching the trailer go by like they somehow know food's arriving. Then down past the muck heaps and lower into the milking yard. Soon as we start unloading the bales into the feeders, the cows are straight over eating again. Guess they really did like the last lot. Honestly, it feels good knowing something we grew ourselves is feeding a whole yard of cattle through winter. And Pete paying us for it at the same time definitely helps. Once the last bale's unloaded, there's not really much else planned this month. Still got firewood sitting back home, but nobody seems desperate for it yet. Think people are probably still waiting for winter to really kick in before they start buying larger loads. So while we're leaving the yard, I figure I may as well give Giles a call and see if there's any forestry work going.
Hello, mate.
Hey Giles, just wondering if you've got any deadwood jobs going at the moment?
Actually, yeah. There's a patch up in the forest needing cleared out, if you're interested.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll send you the coordinates now. Just dead standing trees, mostly.
Perfect. Appreciate it.
No worries. Keeps you busy through winter at least.
And honestly, he's right. So, from there, we head straight up into the forestry section above the valley and spend most of the month working through deadwood contracts. Cold mornings, chainsaw running constantly, loading log after log onto the trailer while rain drips through the trees overhead. Definitely not glamorous work. But there's something satisfying about it. Whole process becomes routine after a while. Cut the dead trees down, trim them up into manageable lengths, load the trailer, head back home, unload the logs, then head straight back for another load. By the second or third run, the yard's starting to fill up again. Huge log piles building on the left side, splitting area on the right getting busier every day, and slowly but surely, more pallets of firewood stacking up beside the shed. Days start getting shorter too. Feels like every time you look up it's getting dark already. But we just keep going. Chainsaw, trailer, splitter, forklift, over and over again. And before long, late November rolls around. Now we've got nearly 20 pallets of firewood stacked up ready to sell, one full pallet of wood chips finished too, and only a little bit left to process from the final log pile. Tonight though, I think we've earned a break. We finish stacking the final pallet into place using the forklift, shut everything down, and for a second, just stand there looking around the shed. A couple years ago, none of this existed. Now there's tractors parked inside, tools hanging off the walls, firewood stacked to the roof, and a business slowly taking shape, 1 month at a time. Anyway, freezing cold out here now. Time to shut the lights off and head inside for dinner before December arrives. December finally brought snow to the valley. Not loads of it, just enough to cover the hedges. But winter also means one important thing around here: firewood season. Soon as I walked into the shed this morning, my phone was already full of messages. Craig over at the Toby Carvery wants 4 pallets of firewood, and Diane down at the farmer's market wants 10 pallets as well. At 2,000 pounds a pallet, that's 28,000 pounds worth of deliveries in 1 month. Honestly, kinda crazy thinking about that. So we've definitely got work to do. First thing this morning is loading everything up with the forklift. One pallet at a time, carefully stacking them onto the trailer while snow drifts through the open shed doors behind us. Once everything's strapped down properly, we head out toward town. Roads are slippery this morning too, so it's a slow drive through the valley and down past the train tracks into town. First stop's Craig at the Toby Carvery. We pull around the back into the delivery area and start unloading his 4 pallets into the drop-off zone he wanted them stacked in. Honestly, feels good seeing local businesses relying on us now, instead of us constantly chasing work. And just like that, Craig's order is done. Trailer strapped back up again, and now it's straight across town for Diane's delivery. 10 pallets is a pretty serious order too. Farmers market must get busy this time of year once people start stocking up for winter. While we're driving over there, I keep thinking about next year and ways we can expand the business a little more. Still thinking about building a couple raised garden beds behind the house once spring comes back around? Nothing massive, just enough to grow some vegetables and maybe sell produce down at Diane's market alongside the firewood. Feels like the kind of thing that fits Manston & Co. pretty well, honestly. By the time we finish unloading Diane's pallets and the invoices come through, the account's sitting right around £50,000. That's definitely the most money we've ever had, especially after paying $11,000 rent just last month. Once we get back home and park the trailer up, the yard suddenly feels way emptier. 7 pallets of firewood left, 1 pallet of wood chips sitting over in the corner. I finally have time to seriously look into something that's been sitting in the back of my mind for months now. Blackthorn Estate. Most of the Southern Valley around here belongs to them. Old farmland, woodland, barns, houses, huge amount of land. And lately, they've started listing a few places that could potentially come up for lease. One in particular keeps standing out, Lot 74. So I decide to head down the road and finally take a proper look around it for myself. Honestly, first impressions are really good. Soon as you walk into the yard, there's a manure heap off to the right, and what looks like an old cattle barn on the left side. Straight away, I'm imagining cows in there one day. Further into the yard, there's more barns, different sized sheds, old storage buildings, and then the house sitting further back overlooking everything. If we ever got accepted here, we'd actually live on the yard itself instead of renting separately like we do now. That alone would change everything. Then behind the yard, there's woodland stretching all the way up the hill. Honestly, that forest might be the most exciting part. Sustainable firewood for years if it was managed properly and replanted as we went. And beyond that is the field. Big, open grass field with loads of possibilities. Hay, grazing, maybe livestock eventually. There's room to actually grow here. We also walk further down the road and check out Lot 77 as well. Completely different feel though. More commercial looking, more buildings, but somehow less character. Could still work eventually, but Lot 74 just feels different. Anyway, snow's starting to settle heavier now, and Christmas is only a few weeks away. Think it's time to head home, get the fire going, and enjoy a quiet Christmas before January rolls around and things start moving again. January's got that weird, quiet feeling to it. No snow anymore, just cold fog hanging over the valley every morning, and muddy roads that never seem to dry out. Feels like everything slows down a little after Christmas, too. Walking into the shed this morning, though, things are looking pretty good, honestly. 7 pallets of firewood left, 1 pallet of wood chips still sitting over in the corner, and all the machines cleaned down and parked up ready for spring again. No hay left at all either after Pete bought everything. But this month, I want to start something new. Been thinking a lot lately about ways to diversify the business a little more, so over the last few days I've been building raised garden beds out behind the house. Nothing massive, just 6 small raised beds to start growing some fruits and vegetables that hopefully we can eventually sell down at Diane's market. And honestly, they came out pretty good. Only problem is, empty garden beds don't really grow much on their own. So, today we need supplies. Seeds, compost, water, probably manure too if we want this stuff growing properly. Alright then, let's head into town. Fog's thick this morning as we head down the road with the trailer behind us. Visibility's terrible too. Can barely see the hedges in some spots. There's the garden center up ahead though. Brockworth Garden Center. Never actually been in here before. We pull into the car park beside the market and park the tractor up near the side entrance before heading inside.
Ethan?
Didn't know you worked here.
Part-time mostly. What are you doing here?
Built some raised garden beds behind the house, and now realizing I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
Sounds about right.
I need seeds, compost, maybe manure if you sell it here.
We do actually. Compost and seeds are easy enough. Manure too. But you'd need to bring something proper to haul it with, since it's loose.
Yeah, trailer's probably not ideal for that.
Definitely not.
All right then. 6 bags of compost should probably do for now.
That'll be £24.
Perfect.
And what about seeds?
Honestly, little bit of everything.
Dangerous strategy. Seed bags are £63 each.
Sounds good. I'll take 4, please. Thanks, Rosie. See you again soon.
See you, Ethan.
So we load everything onto the trailer, strap it down, and head back home through the fog. Feels weird hauling seed packets around in the tractor instead of logs or hay bales. Back at the house, we pull around the side yard and start unloading everything beside the raised beds. Compost first, then the seeds. And after that, I spend the next while sorting out the water situation by running an extension line from the garage tap over toward the garden. Little rough looking, but it works. That's all that matters. Once the water's sorted, we finally start planting. Tomatoes down one side, spring onions beside them, then lettuce, garlic, Napa cabbage, and chili peppers spread through the rest. Only thing we can't plant yet are the strawberries because apparently they need straw underneath them, and we don't really have any spare right now. Still though, not bad for a first setup. Everything's planted, compost is down, water system's running, and now we just wait and hope something grows. Actually feels pretty relaxing working on something smaller for once, instead of constantly hauling timber around. Eventually though, we still need proper work to finish the month, so I give Giles a call to see if there's any forestry contracts left going.
Hello, mate.
Hey Giles, got any deadwood jobs left?
One more up near Field 33 if you want it. Probably the last decent one for winter, though.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Thought you might. Have fun out there.
Thanks, Giles. So from there, we spend the rest of January back up in the forestry, cutting deadwood once again. Cold mornings, chainsaw noise echoing through the trees, trailer slowly filling with logs while fog hangs over the hills. Feels familiar at this point, and honestly, that's probably a good thing. Business is steady, firewood's still selling, the garden project's underway, and even though winter's dragging on a little now, it finally feels like we've got momentum behind us instead of just surviving month to month. By the end of January, we're back in the yard unloading the final trailer load of deadwood before cutting it all down into firewood late into the evening. Another stack added to the pile, another month finished. And with February coming up next, spring suddenly doesn't feel quite so far away anymore. February's been one of those slow winter months where the days all kind of blur together. Cold mornings, gray skies, light snow drifting through the valley every now and then, but never really settling properly. Feels like the whole countryside's just waiting for spring to show up again. Still though, winter means firewood. And this morning, we've got 2 more orders waiting for us. 10 pallets for Diane down at the farmer's market, and another 4 pallets for Craig over at the Toby Carvery. So first thing today is getting the shed opened up and loading everything onto the trailer. Honestly, the yard's looking pretty stocked at the moment too. 21 pallets of firewood sitting inside ready to sell, 3 pallets of wood chips over in the corner, and no hay left at all, which honestly is exactly what we wanted. Once everything's finally stacked and strapped down, we hop into the tractor, back out of the shed, and head off toward town. Roads are quiet this morning too. First stop's Craig at the Toby Carvery. We pull around the back into the delivery area, reverse into the usual space, and start unloading his 4 pallets into the pickup area. Should keep him going for another couple months, honestly. And with that done, we strap the rest back down and head across town toward Diane's place. But before we get there, we quickly stop at the petrol station because the tractor's almost completely empty. Definitely one expense I keep forgetting about sometimes. Fuel disappears fast once you're constantly hauling trailers around every day. Still though, hard to complain too much, considering these 2 invoices alone have pushed the business account up to around £76,000 now. That's honestly kind of wild to think about. Feels like winter's completely changed the business. Firewood's become our biggest income stream by far these last few months. And combined with the hay sales earlier in the year, it's really starting to add up now. Hopefully once spring comes back around, the garden setup starts helping too. Still need to talk to Diane properly about whether she'd actually be interested in buying vegetables from us once everything starts growing. But hopefully that's another little income stream we can build up over time. 10 pallets gone, just like that. Honestly feels good seeing all this stuff leave the yard instead of just sitting there stacked up. Once we get back to the house, we park the tractor up and head around the back to quickly check on the garden beds before going inside. And surprisingly, everything's looking all right so far. Water system's still running fine, seeds are starting to grow, compost seems to be doing its job, and overall, it looks pretty healthy considering the weather. Still need to sort proper manure for it at some point though, if we want things growing well long term. But for now, things are moving in the right direction. Business is steady, firewood selling faster than we can almost make it, and spring suddenly doesn't feel too far away now. March finally feels like the valley waking back up again. There's birds out in the mornings now, the grass is getting greener, and for the first time in months, it doesn't feel freezing cold walking across the yard. Most importantly though, the garden actually worked. I came out this morning expecting half of it to be dead after winter, but somehow we've managed to grow a decent amount already. Tomatoes, lettuce, spring onions, garlic, Napa cabbage, chili peppers, honestly, way more than I expected from 6 little raised beds. So now comes the important part, trying to sell it. I figure Diane's probably the best person to call first, so while I'm standing out by the garden, I give her a ring.
Farmers Market, Diane speaking.
Hey Diane, it's Ethan over at Manston & Co. Just wanted to see if you might be interested in some locally grown vegetables.
What have you got?
Tomatoes, lettuce, spring onions, garlic, chili peppers, and Napa cabbage. About 1 pallet of each.
Oh, absolutely. Fresh local produce always does well here.
Perfect. What sort of prices are we talking?
We've got standard rates for most of those. Roughly around £500 a pallet, depending on what it is. Lettuce will be a little higher because of the volume.
Yeah, that sounds fair enough.
Get the invoice through and we'll sort it.
Perfect. Appreciate it, Diane. Honestly, pretty cool hearing someone actually want produce we grew ourselves. So after that, we spend the next while loading everything onto the trailer by hand. Compared to firewood, these things are way lighter than they look, which definitely helps. Once everything's strapped down and the invoice is sent through, total comes out to just over 3,200 pounds. Not life-changing money or anything, but for 6 little garden beds behind the house, that's pretty solid. And with the business account sitting near 80,000 pounds now, things are definitely looking healthier than they were a year ago. So we head off toward town on a bright spring morning with the trailer full of vegetables behind us. Honestly feels strange hauling produce instead of timber for once. We arrive down at the market and unload everything into the storage area Diane wanted us to use. And while we're unloading, I notice there's still firewood stacked up from the winter deliveries too. Just not nearly as much as there was before. Clearly, people have been buying through it. Once everything's unloaded though, I decide to park up and head inside before the market opens properly. And honestly, seeing our produce laid out on the tables is kinda surreal. Tomatoes lined up in baskets, spring onions bundled together neatly, garlic hanging up beside the lettuces, Napa cabbage stacked near the front tables. Seeing locally grown by Manston and Company written on the little signs honestly feels pretty rewarding. Never really imagined we'd end up selling vegetables when this whole thing started. Eventually, though, we head back outside and leave town again. But instead of heading home, we stop off at Field 17 on the way back. Spring scheme's active again now, which means we won't be cutting this field until summer. Another 3,000 pounds just for leaving it growing naturally through spring. Honestly, hard to argue with that. While we're standing there looking across the field though, I realize we still don't actually know much about the soil health here. So we order a full soil report online for 525 pounds. Results come back surprisingly fast too. Overall environmental scores sitting at 88 out of 100, which is apparently really good. Gives us an extra 11% environmental bonus as well. Only issue is nitrogen. Field's definitely lacking nutrients a little, and because we're keeping things organic, synthetic fertilizer's not really an option. Which gets me thinking, maybe it's finally time for a manure spreader. So from there, we head down to Peacock and Billington's to speak to Oxy.
Back again, are we?
Need something small for spreading manure.
Got exactly the thing for you, actually. Little Lizard DZIK spreader out back. 800-litre capacity, 2-metre spread width. Small, but perfect for a field your size.
How much?
£4,000.
Yeah, alright, let's do it. Thanks, Oxy. Tiny little thing, honestly, but hopefully enough for what we need. From there, we head straight over to Brockworth Garden Center. I wonder if Rosie's there again.
Hello, you actually came back for manure then?
Yeah, told you I would.
£200 for a full load, please.
Sounds good to me. Thanks, Rosie. Once it's loaded up, we head straight back toward Field 17 and finally start spreading manure across the grass. Honestly, pretty satisfying watching the nitrogen levels changing live on the app while we drive across the field. First load only gets us about halfway though, so we have to head all the way back into town for another fill. Another 200 pounds later, and we're back finishing the second half of the field. And by the end of it, honestly, the place is looking great. Grass growing nicely, nutrients finally sorted, and now we're even thinking about maybe adding lime later on as well to improve the pH properly before summer. Could end up being our best yield yet. Once we finally get back home, we leave the manure spreader outside beside the shed because honestly, no chance I'm parking that smell indoors. Tractor goes away though, shed doors close up, and just standing there looking around the yard now compared to last year, it's kind of crazy how much has changed already. April's been chaos already. Not bad chaos though, good chaos. The kind where you walk into the shed first thing in the morning and realize there's jobs lined up everywhere before you've even had breakfast. Right now, we've got 3 different orders waiting to go out. Oliver, over at Willowbank Farms, taking the last 3 pallets of wood chips for 1,000 pounds each. Diane wants another full batch of vegetables for the market, and Craig's put another order in for 6 pallets of firewood down at the Toby Carvery. Honestly, pretty crazy thinking how many different income streams we've suddenly got running at once now. So, first job this morning is loading everything up. Wood chips onto the trailer first, then the firewood after that. Feels like half the business is just loading and unloading things lately. Still, not complaining. By the time everything's strapped down and ready to go, the trailer's packed full. Spring weather's really kicked in now too. Warm mornings, bright skies, birds everywhere. Whole valley looks completely different compared to winter.
Hey, sweetheart.
Hey, Mom.
Just checking in. How are things going over there?
Honestly, really good actually. Busy. Like properly busy.
Properly. You sound just like your father.
Sorry, bad habits. We've got vegetables growing now, still selling firewood, sold hay through winter, and now Oliver's buying wood chips as well.
See? I told you it would start coming together eventually.
Yeah, feels different this year. Like it's becoming a real business now instead of just surviving.
Your dad keeps talking about it constantly, by the way.
Sounds about right.
And you're keeping up with your invoices and taxes properly?
Yeah, I actually just got my next tax bill through this month. Nothing too scary though, just a couple thousand due later in the year.
Good, as long as you stay on top of it.
Trying to.
And what's this estate thing your dad mentioned?
Blackthorn Estate. They've got a few farms that might come up for lease later this year. Been looking into applying.
Ethan, that's huge.
Maybe. Still a long shot though.
Still proud of you.
Thanks, Mum. Talk again soon. 91,000 pounds sitting in the account is something I never thought I'd see when this whole thing started. At the garden center, we park up and head inside to grab more seed bags for the garden. Costs a bit more than expected too. 8 new seed bags comes out around 2,500 pounds, which definitely stings a little handing over that much money for seeds. Still though, if the garden keeps producing like it has been, it should easily pay for itself over the next few months. So we get everything loaded up onto the trailer and head back home. Once we arrive back at the house, we start unloading everything beside the garden beds one by one. The water system's still running perfectly too, which is nice. Saves a huge amount of effort not having to manually water everything constantly. But while we're checking everything over, I realize we're basically out of manure again. There's still about 300 liters left in the spreader, so we empty the last of that into the garden first and work it into the beds. Honestly, the place is looking great now. Everything's green, growing nicely, and actually starting to resemble a small market garden instead of just 6 random wooden boxes in the backyard. Still though, definitely need more nutrients in there. So once the last of the manure's emptied out, we head back into town again with the spreader attached and return to Brockworth Garden Center. Another 200 pounds later, and we've got a fresh 800-liter load ready to go. From there, it's straight back home one final time. We pull into the yard, unload the manure beside the garden, and finally call it a day. Honestly, April's been a good month. Busy, exhausting, constantly driving around, but good. Business is growing, the garden's producing more every month, and with spring fully here now, it finally feels like everything around the farm's moving forward again. Anyway, sun's starting to go down now, and I think we've earned a break. Time to shut the shed up and head inside before May rolls around and things somehow get even busier. May's arrived and the whole valley looks alive again. Blue skies, bright green hedges, birds going crazy in the mornings, and every now and then, you get those quick spring rain showers blowing through with the wind before the sun comes straight back out again. Honestly, things are looking pretty good right now. Garden's growing nicely, money's healthy, and for once there's not a huge pile of deliveries waiting for us this month. Instead, there's really one main thing I want to focus on: Field 17. We already sorted the nitrogen levels with manure back in March, but the pH still needs improving if we really want the best possible yield out of this grass in summer. So today, we're finally buying a lime spreader. We hooked the trailer onto the tractor first, because apparently we're going to need a decent amount of lime, and I'd rather not keep driving backwards and forwards all day carrying bags one at a time. Then we head down toward Peacock and Billington's. Always feels funny pulling into this place now. Year ago, I could barely afford anything sitting in this yard, and now Oxy probably recognizes the tractor before I even get parked. We pull up beside the building like usual and head inside.
There he is. Thought you'd disappeared on me.
Nah, just been busy.
Doing all right for yourself these days by the sounds of it.
Trying to anyway. Garden's going well, still doing organic stuff, still selling firewood through winter.
Heard about that actually. People talk around here.
Hopefully good things.
Mostly.
Fair enough.
So what brings you in today then?
Need something for spreading lime. Small field, organic setup.
Easy. Got exactly what you need. Little UNIA Special 3 spreader out back. 500-liter capacity, 18-meter spread width. Works with lime, no problem.
Perfect. How much?
2,500.
Yeah, all right. I'll take it.
Need lime too?
Definitely.
Got 50-liter bags in packs of 5. 110 pounds per pack.
Sounds good. I'll take 4, please. Once we head outside, Oxy's already loaded the spreader onto the trailer for us. which definitely saves some effort. We load the lime bags in behind it and then head straight out toward field 17. Honestly, the trailer almost tipping backwards when we unhitch it at the field entrance nearly gives me a heart attack. Turns out 8 packs of lime weigh more than I expected. Still though, once we get everything sorted out, we start loading the spreader up. 2 bags fills it completely, which honestly isn't much at all considering how quickly it's apparently going to disappear. Then we finally get started. Watching the pH values changing live on the app while driving across the field is actually pretty satisfying though. You can literally see the field health improving strip by strip as we go along. Only problem is, Oxy was absolutely right. We barely make it half a lap before the spreader's completely empty. So back to the trailer we go. 2 more bags tipped in by hand, and back out across the field again. By the final refill, there's only 1 strip left running through the middle of the field. We load the last bags in, head back out, and finally finish the entire thing off. And honestly, it looks great. Field's sitting almost perfectly now, best condition it's probably ever been in, which hopefully means more hay bales in July. And considering we're getting the spring environmental payment again this year as well, improving the field health even more just feels worth doing. I keep thinking about the blackthorn application we submitted earlier this month. 5-year lease application for lot 74. Honestly felt strange sending it through. Had to explain the whole business model, sustainability plans, organic farming approach, forestry replanting ideas. Basically everything we've been building here over the last 2 years. They said they'll get back to us within 4 to 6 weeks if they want to move us forward to the interview stage. So now, we wait. Then it's one final trip back to the field to collect the trailer before heading home for the last time that evening. Trailer back into the shed, leftover lime stacked neatly against the wall beside the seed bags, straps packed away, and that's May done. June's arrived and summer's finally here. Those raised beds might have been one of the best decisions we've made so far. This morning, we've already had another message through from Diane, wanting another full load of vegetables for the market. So first job today is getting all 6 pallets loaded up onto the trailer. Tomatoes, lettuce, spring onions, garlic, chili peppers, and Napa cabbage all lined up ready to go once the invoice is sorted. And seeing repeat orders coming through for this stuff feels pretty cool. Then we head out through the valley roads toward the farmer's market.
Good morning. Is this Ethan Manston?
Yeah, speaking.
My name is Eleanor Whitmore from Blackthorn Estate. I'm calling regarding your application for lot 74.
Oh, right. Yes, hi.
We've reviewed your proposal and would like to invite you to interview stage next week at Blackthorn Manor.
Seriously?
Yes. Your sustainability proposal and long-term land management plans were very well received.
Wow. Thank you.
Please arrive on time and bring any supporting documents you feel may strengthen your application further.
Absolutely. I'll be there.
Excellent. We look forward to meeting you properly.
Honestly can't even explain how unexpected that felt. Actually making it through to interview stage suddenly makes this whole thing feel real now. So after dropping the vegetables off with Diane, the rest of the week basically becomes preparation. Notes, plans, budgets, sustainability ideas, forestry management, environmental schemes. Everything we can think of that might help us stand out. Then, before we know it, interview day arrives. And unfortunately, the tractor's still our only transport option. So yes, we literally drive to a huge country manor house in an old Belarusian tractor. Honestly, kind of fitting in a weird way. The drive up there's nerve-wracking too. Massive iron gates. Blackthorn Manor honestly looks more like something out of an old movie than a farm estate. While we roll in sounding like an old diesel tank. Definitely makes you feel a little out of place. As we walk toward the front entrance, though, someone else comes through the doors. Callum. Of course it's Callum.
Didn't expect to see you here. This is a surprise.
Didn't expect to see you here either.
You applying for Lot 74 as well, then?
Maybe.
Bit ambitious, isn't it?
Guess that's for them to decide.
Fair enough. Good luck in there, American.
Thanks.
You'll need it.
Mr. Manston?
Yep, that's me.
Eleanor Whitmore. Lovely to finally meet you properly. Please, come through.
Thank you.
First of all, congratulations on reaching interview stage. We had a very high number of applications this year.
Thank you for having me.
Your proposal stood out quite strongly compared to most, especially your sustainability plans.
That's been a pretty big focus for me from the start.
Tell me a little more about your plans for Lot 74 specifically.
Mainly sustainable forestry and organic hay production. The woodland's probably the biggest opportunity there long term. I wouldn't want to clear sections aggressively or anything like that. More selective logging, constant replanting, keeping the forest healthy while still producing firewood and timber logging.
That aligns very closely with the direction the estate's trying to move toward.
That's good to hear.
And the grassland?
Organic hay mostly. Maybe livestock eventually, years down the line. But for now, I'd focus on improving soil quality naturally. Manure, lime, environmental schemes, rotational cutting, things like that.
We saw your environmental score submission from Field 17. 88 out of 100 is very impressive.
Took a lot of work, honestly.
Your application also mentioned local business partnerships?
Yeah, I already supply local businesses around the valley. Firewood, hay, vegetables through the market. I'd want to keep building that side of things rather than becoming some giant commercial operation.
And financially, do you believe the business is in a stable enough position for expansion?
Yeah, definitely more stable now than it used to be. Last winter especially helped a lot with firewood sales.
Current account balance?
About £90,000 currently.
That's very respectable for a business of your age.
Appreciate that, thank you.
And why should Blackthorn Estate choose you over the other applicants?
Because I actually care about the land itself. I'm not looking to squeeze every penny out of it as fast as possible. I want to build something sustainable that lasts a long time and improves the place while I'm there.
One final question then. Where do you realistically see yourself in 5 years?
Hopefully still farming here in the valley. Bigger business, healthier land, maybe livestock eventually, but mostly just proud of what I've built.
Well, Ethan, I'll be honest, you've made a very strong impression today.
That's really good to hear.
We still have remaining applicants to interview before a final decision is made, but you should absolutely be proud of how far you've already come.
Thank you. Seriously.
We'll be in touch soon.
Appreciate the opportunity. I honestly don't even know how to feel right now. That interview could have gone way worse than it did. Eleanor actually seemed genuinely interested in everything I was saying. Lot 74 though, that place just feels right. The woodland, the grass field, the barns, the house. It's exactly the kind of place I could see Manston and Company growing into over the next few years if this somehow works out. Guess now all I can really do is head home, keep working, and wait for the call. Hopefully we've done enough. July's here already. Final month of year 2. Honestly, kinda hard to believe. And first thing this morning, there's already good news waiting for us. The avoid mowing during spring scheme payment has just come through for Field 17, 3,087 pounds. Not bad at all for simply leaving the field untouched through spring while everything grew naturally. But now, it's finally time. This whole month is about getting this field harvested and finding out whether all the work we put into it this year actually paid off. The manure spreading, the liming, improving the nitrogen, fixing the pH levels, all of it. So first thing this morning, we head out through the valley toward Field 17. Honestly, the field looks incredible when we arrive. Thick grass everywhere. deep green color, healthy all across the app readings too. Perfect nitrogen, perfect pH, exactly what we were aiming for. So I hop back into the tractor, lower the mower down, and finally get started. First lap goes around the outside edge like usual before slowly working inward line by line. And honestly, it's cutting beautifully. Way thicker than last year too. If Lot 74 actually happens next year, and we get that bigger meadow attached to it, this whole operation changes completely. More grass, more hay, more bales, but also way more responsibility. 30,000 pounds a year lease payments isn't exactly small money either. Before making any profit at all, I'd already need enough income just to survive paying that every year. Still though, hard not to dream a little. Eventually the mowing's finished and we head back home to swap equipment over. Mower goes away in the shed, and next up is the tedder. Then it's straight back down the road toward the field again. Once we arrive back at field 17, we lower the tedder down and start turning all the fresh cut grass over into hay. Long, warm summer day too. Perfect weather for it, honestly. If the estate happens, this tiny setup probably won't cut it forever. Small baler, little dual-purpose tedder and windrower, old trailer, it all works, but it definitely works slowly. Still though, for now, it does the job. Eventually, the tedding's done, and I switch the machine back over into windrow mode. Then we start rowing everything up into neat straight lines across the field, ready for baling. This machine's been one of the best purchases so far. Being able to ted and windrow with the same equipment saved a huge amount of money. But again, if things get bigger, eventually I'll probably need proper dedicated equipment for each job. Maybe even a bigger tractor too. Not something I'm too worried about right now though. Right now, I'm just hoping that phone call from Blackthorn eventually comes through with good news. Once the rows are finished, I head back home again, drop the machine off in the shed, and hook the baler up. Then it's straight back out to the field one more time. Honestly, feels like I've spent half my life driving up and down this road the last 2 years. Back at the field, I line the baler up with the first row, lower everything down, and get started. And immediately, bales start appearing behind me, one after another standing upright across the field. Honestly, looks great. But while I'm working through the rows, I keep thinking about all the money spent improving this field this year. So if we don't actually get significantly more yield out of this field after all that, was it even worth doing? Maybe naturally grown organic hay's just the better option financially. Or maybe I need to increase the bale prices a little. Hard to know yet. Eventually though, the baling's finished, and I head back home once again to park the baler away before grabbing the trailer for the final job of the month. And honestly, final job of year 2. Back at the field for the last time that evening, the whole place is covered in small square bales. So I hop out and start loading them one by one onto the trailer by hand. Lines of 4 stacked carefully across the trailer while the sun starts dropping lower over the valley. I can't help thinking about how much has changed this year. Vegetable sales, firewood contracts, the market, the estate application, the interview, everything. By the time the final bale's loaded and strapped down, the field's completely empty again. 35 bales total, only one more than last year. Honestly, probably not enough to justify all the extra costs, but that's something to figure out another time. So I pull out through the gate one final time and head back home through the summer evening. Back at the house, I park the trailer up inside the shed and leave the bales strapped down for tomorrow. Then I step back for a second and just look at everything sitting there. 2 years ago, this place was empty. Now there's equipment everywhere, stacked bales, a business account full of money, and an actual future starting to form.
Hello, Mr. Manston. It's Eleanor from Blackthorn Estate here.
Woodland Hill Farm. Still sounds strange saying that out loud. I got the place. 5-year lease through Blackthorn Estate. After all the interviews and paperwork and waiting around, Eleanor finally called back and said they wanted me to take it on. 32,000 pounds a year lease payment starting next August. which means for the next 12 months, every pound this place makes over that number is mine to keep. That's the challenge now. Keep this place alive, keep the estate happy, and somehow turn it into a proper business before that first payment comes due. So, welcome to year 3. First thing I wanted to do was walk the place properly while it still felt new. Sheep barn on the left as you come in, couple decent machinery sheds, big grain haul in the middle, and the house sitting at the back overlooking the meadow. Then, behind all of it, the woodland. My woodland now. Still hard getting my head around that part. The sheep shed's empty right now, but eventually I want it full. Small flock to start with, something manageable. Hay from the meadow, wool sales through the year, maybe lambs later on once the place is stable enough. That's the word now, stable, because this place can either build the business properly or bury it. So, after looking around for a while, it was time to start moving everything over from the old house. First trip was the trailer full of hay bales. Pulled them out of the garage, headed through the valley roads, and backed them straight into the big storage barn here at Woodland Hill. Seeing my own bales, sitting inside my own building, felt different. Bigger somehow. After that, the whole day turned into trip after trip after trip. Lime spreader over first. Park that under one of the lean-to sheds. Then back for the manure spreader. Then the mower. Then the rake. Then the baler. Every journey back and forward, I kept catching myself looking around this place, thinking about what it could become in a few years if I managed things right. That meadow alone is bigger than everything I've worked on so far combined. Then there's the woodland. Sustainable forestry's the goal there. Every tree I cut, I want another 2 or 3 going back in the ground behind it. Keep the place producing forever instead of stripping it bare for quick money. That's the difference between owning machinery and managing land. The land has to outlast you. Eventually, I got down to the last few things at the old place. One lonely pallet of firewood sitting in the garage, and the little manual forklift next to it. Rolled the pallet all the way down to Woodland Hill and tucked it into one of the storage bays near where the firewood setup's going to live. Then, I started pulling apart the old firewood processing area itself. Loaded everything up piece by piece and brought it down here too. The garden had to stay behind though. No proper space for it right now, and there's enough going on already without trying to rebuild raised beds immediately. Packed the tools and leftover supplies away into storage instead. Back at Woodland Hill, I found a nice flat area near the woodland edge and started setting the firewood station back up there. Close enough to the trees that hauling timber won't take all day, but far enough away from the house that the noise shouldn't drive me insane through winter. Once that was finished, I wandered down toward the road and stopped at the farm sign for a minute. Woodland Hill Farm. Manston and Company, operating out of an actual farmyard now instead of a rented garage. That's progress. After looking around the meadow for a while, I started thinking about equipment again. The old setup worked fine on Field 17, but this place is bigger in every direction. Bigger meadow, bigger storage, bigger expectations too. So I headed online and started checking the sales listings from Peacock and Binnington's. That's when I spotted it. Claas Roland 520 RC round baler, 71% off, 14.5 grand. I nearly thought it was a typo. So straight away, I hooked the old Massey square baler onto the tractor and headed into town before someone else grabbed the thing first. Pulled into the yard at Peacock and Binnington's and parked up outside the workshop before heading in.
You're here quick. Either something's broken or you've seen the sales page.
Second one. Thought I'd better move fast before somebody else does.
You're after the class baler then?
That obvious?
A bit. You've also brought your old baler with you.
Thought maybe we could work something out on trade.
Yeah, I'll take the Massey. Good little machine still. 11,700 sound fair?
That's more than fair.
Round baler comes with netting already loaded. Few hundred hours on it, nothing serious. Workshop checked it over this morning.
Perfect. Let's do it.
Total comes to 15,300 with the net wrap included.
Done. Thanks, Oxy. Walking back outside and seeing that Claas baler sitting there, waiting, felt like another proper step forward. Bigger equipment for a bigger farm. Hooked it onto the MTZ and headed back toward Woodland Hill through the valley roads. already thinking ahead about what else might need upgrading over the next year. The dangerous part is how easy it becomes to justify spending money once the place starts growing. Still got around $87,000 left in the bank after the deal though, which leaves enough breathing room for now. Back at the farm, I reversed the baler neatly into one of the storage bays and climbed down out of the tractor for the last time that evening. New farm, new equipment, new start. Year 3's underway now. September already. First full month here at Woodland Hill Farm. Woke up this morning looking out across the meadow, and it still doesn't feel real saying that. And speaking of money going out, tax got paid this month as well. 8,800 pounds gone straight out of the account. That hurt a little bit, but at least it's done now. One less thing hanging over me. Still got the Blackthorn estate payment next August though. 32,000 pounds due after the first year here, so every decision I make now matters. Which brings me on to today. This gear has done me well, but Woodland Hill's on another level compared to the tiny setup I started with. Bigger field, bigger workload, bigger opportunities. So I think it's finally time to start upgrading some machinery. First thing to go is the old mower. So we'll get that down to Peacock and Binnington's and see what Oxy reckons. After dropping the mower off, I headed back to the farm and picked up the rake as well. No point keeping half the setup old and half new. If we're upgrading, we may as well do it properly. Back down to town we go. Dropped the rake off beside the mower in the maintenance area and then parked up around the front before heading inside.
Morning. Looks like somebody's spending money today.
That obvious?
You've dumped half your equipment out the back.
Yeah, I think it's time. Woodland Hill's too big for the old setup now.
Fair enough. What are you looking for?
Bigger mower, bigger tedder, bigger windrower.
I've got a Class Disco front mower here, 3.6 meter working width.
How much?
22,500 pounds.
All right, I'll take that.
Good choice. What about the tedder?
What have you got?
Class Volto 60, 5.8 meter width, 13,000 pounds.
There's a bigger one, isn't there?
Yeah, the Volto 80, 7.7 meters. Costs another 5,000 pounds though.
Nah, I think the 60's enough for now.
Fair enough. Then you'll need a windrower.
Yep.
I've got a smaller one for 12,000 pounds, but if I'm honest with you, you'll outgrow it pretty quick at Woodland Hill.
What's the better option then?
Class Liner, 7.4 meter width. You can even extend it out to 8 meters if you want the wider setup. 21,500 pounds.
That's a lot of money.
It is, but it'll last you years.
All right, let's do it.
Good man, you're building a proper setup now.
Feels like it. Terrifying, but good.
That's farming.
By the time everything was added up, I'd spent 57,000 pounds. That dropped the bank account all the way down to 21,100 pounds. Biggest equipment purchase I've made so far by a mile. Still, if Woodland Hill's going to work long term, this is the kind of gear I need. So after sorting all the paperwork out, I picked up the mower and tedder and took them back to the farm. Seeing matching Kloss equipment sitting in the yard looked pretty incredible actually. Proper farm gear now instead of tiny starter equipment. Then it was back down to town one more time for the windrower. As I was driving back, the money from selling the old mower and rake finally came through from Oxy. Brought the balance back up to 24,700 pounds, which helped soften the damage a little bit. Dropped the windrower off back at the farm and finally got ready to start working the meadow.
Mr. Manston, I'm glad I caught you before you started cutting the meadow.
I was literally about to start.
Please don't. The field's due for reseeding under the Environmental Restoration Agreement.
Reseeding?
The grass quality there is extremely poor. It's been overworked for years, and the yield won't be suitable for harvesting.
That explains why it looked a bit thin.
You'd recover very little from cutting it currently. The estate's already arranged contractors to reseed the entire meadow.
Right. So I can't use it this year?
Not until spring. March at the earliest. The new grass needs time to establish properly.
That's a bit rough timing-wise.
I understand. Though once it's established, the field should produce significantly better yields moving forward.
All right, thanks for letting me know before I started mowing it all then.
You're welcome, Mr. Manston.
That one definitely knocked the wind out of me a little. Spent all that money upgrading the equipment, ready for this huge meadow. And now I can't even touch it until spring. A few days later, the contractors arrived and reseeded the whole thing. Looking out across it now, it does already look healthier. Still frustrating though. All this shiny new gear sitting parked up waiting for work. I parked everything away in the sheds at the end of the month and headed inside, hoping all this spending starts paying off soon, because year 3 is getting expensive very quickly. Cold mornings are starting to creep in now. You can feel autumn settling across the valley, especially up here at Woodland Hill. The meadow's finally starting to come through after the reseeding work as well. Still very short, but at least there's healthy grass growing now. We leave that until March, like Eleanor said. Then hopefully next year, we finally get a proper harvest off it. Bit frustrating seeing all this new grass equipment sitting here and not being able to use it on the big field. But we've still got field 17 down the road, so that's exactly where we're heading today. I've already got the mower on the front and the tedder on the back, so let's get over there and see what this cloth setup can do. Straight away, this thing feels quicker than the old gear. Being able to mow and ted at the same time is saving a huge amount of time already. Before, I'd spend ages going backwards and forwards over this little field. Now we're flying through it. And it's making me think about the tractor again as well. This MTZ's been great, but now I've got Kloss gear everywhere else. Kloss baler, Kloss mower, Kloss tedder, Kloss windrower. Starting to feel like the tractor's the odd one out now. Need to be careful though. There's a difference between upgrading because it helps the business and upgrading because something looks nice. Still, a Kloss tractor would look pretty good here at Woodland Hill. That's dangerous thinking. After finishing the mowing and tedding, I folded everything up and headed back to the farm. Dropped both pieces off beside the manure area, then backed around and hooked onto the windrower. This thing is massive compared to the old setup. 8-meter working width on a field this small feels ridiculous. Back over at field 17, I dropped it down and started rowing everything together into massive, clean lines. The baler's gonna love this. And within a few minutes, the whole field was done. That alone tells me this equipment upgrade was worth doing. Less time in the field means more time doing everything else around Woodland Hill. Back to the farm again, dropped the windrower off, and then backed onto the Kloss Rollant baler for its first real job. Still can't believe I got this thing for 15,000 pounds. They're usually around 60,000. Oxy did me a huge favor finding that deal. Pulled back into field 17, lined the baler up with the first row, and got to work. Watching that first round bale drop out the back was a pretty cool moment. 4,500 liters. Massive compared to those old square bales. I climbed out and just stood there looking at it for a second, trying to work out the numbers in my head. The old 600-liter bales sold for 150 pounds each. So these things should easily be worth somewhere around 800 to 1,000 pounds a bale. That changes the whole business model. Less handling, less loading, less mess, bigger value per bale. By the time I finished the field, we ended up with 4 full bales and about half a bale left sitting inside the chamber. Not bad from this little field at all. So I headed back to Woodland Hill and parked the baler away, pretty happy with how everything had gone. Then reality kicked in. I still couldn't move the bales. This MTZ doesn't have front loader arms, and there's no way I'm rolling 4,500 liter bales around by hand. Then I remembered something else. That trailer full of small square bales sitting back at the farm. So I grabbed my phone and called Pete.
Hello, mate.
Hey Pete, you still needing hay for the cows?
Always.
I've still got 35 of those small square bales left, around 21,000 liters total.
Yeah, I'll take the lot.
Perfect. Comes to just over 5,000 pounds.
Sounds fair to me. Send the invoice through and bring them down whenever you're ready.
Appreciate it, Pete. That sale helped massively. Getting another 5,000 pounds into the account takes a bit of pressure off after all the equipment spending lately. So after dropping the bales down at Pete's farm, I decided to carry on straight into town and finally ask Oxy about the tractor idea. Probably a terrible financial decision. Still did it anyway. Walked into Peacock and Binnington's and headed straight over to him.
You've got that look again.
What look?
The I'm about to spend money I shouldn't look.
Yeah, maybe.
Go on then.
I'm thinking about upgrading the MTZ.
Thought you might. What are you after?
Class, ideally.
Of course it's class.
Might as well match everything now.
Well, I can give you £8,500 for the MTZ.
That's not too bad, actually.
Then for the replacement, I've got a Class Arian 470, 2022 model, barely used.
How much?
Base price is £91,000, but if you want the upgraded engine package, taking it to 155 horsepower, total comes to £132,000.
That is insane money.
That's modern tractors for you.
No chance I can buy that outright.
Hire purchase then.
What kind of numbers are we talking?
2-year agreement, deposit of £6,600, £5,500 per month, no final payment at the end.
£5,500 every month.
Yep.
That's terrifying.
You wanted bigger equipment?
Yeah, all right, let's do it.
Enjoy it.
Walking outside and seeing that Claas Arian sitting there waiting was one of the biggest moments since starting this whole thing. Massive cab, smooth engine, quiet, comfortable, completely different world compared to the old MTZ. Then I remembered the entire reason I was there in the first place, bale handling. So I picked up the Claas FL 140 front loader arms for £9,500 and a bale spike for £600 to go with it. That left £21,000 in the bank and about 2 years worth of financial stress. Straight from the dealership, I headed back to Field 17 and finally loaded the round bales up. The front loader handled them with ease. 4 bales loaded onto the trailer in minutes instead of a full afternoon of struggling around. Back at Woodland Hill, I unloaded them into the grain shed and stacked them neatly in the corner under cover. 4 big bales ready to sell. The sheep barn's still empty for now, but standing there looking across the yard, the meadow growing away nicely, new machinery sitting in the sheds, and fresh hay stacked inside the barn, it finally feels like Woodland Hill Farm is starting to become something real, even if it is costing me an absolute fortune. Leaves are covering the yard now, and the mornings are getting colder. Winter's creeping closer, which means one thing around here now: firewood season. We've spent so much time sorting grass gear, tractors, trailers, and bales lately that this whole firewood setup hasn't even been touched yet. It's all sitting here ready to go though, and if we want to survive these monthly tractor payments, we need income coming in through winter. So before we even think about cutting trees down, there's one little project I want to get sorted first. These old raised garden beds from the previous house are finally getting dismantled properly and turned into something useful. I've used the timber to build a small sapling shed beside the woodland edge here. Picked up some nails, sacks, shovels, lighting, and a few bits for around 3,000 pounds total, and now the whole thing's finished. Looks great actually. Inside we've got storage for saplings, bags ready for planting runs, and enough room to keep everything dry through winter. Only problem is, we don't actually own any saplings yet, so let's fix that. We hook up the trailer and head down to the garden center. Hopefully Rosie can help us out because we need quite a lot. The plan here is simple. Every single tree I cut down from Woodland Hill gets replaced with at least 2 or 3 more. That woodland's part of the farm now. Can't just destroy it for quick money. We pull into Brockworth Garden Center, park up, and head inside.
Well, this is a surprise.
Good surprise, hopefully.
Depends how much money you're about to spend.
Probably too much again.
What's going on then?
I got the farm.
Wait, Woodland Hill Farm?
Yeah.
You actually got it?
5-year lease through Blackthorn Estate.
That's massive, Ethan. Seriously, congratulations.
Thank you. Still doesn't feel real.
So what brings you in here then? Don't tell me you're starting a garden centre next.
No, but I do need saplings, lots of them.
For the woodland?
Yeah, any tree I cut down, I want to replace with 2 or 3 more.
That's actually a really good way of doing it.
Most of the woodland up there is oak and shagbark hickory.
Then stick with the same species. Best thing for the ecosystem around there.
What have you got?
Plenty. Oak saplings, 20 per pallet for £1,000. Same price for shagbark hickory.
Perfect.
You want anything else mixed in?
Maybe one more pallet of something different.
Beech?
Yeah, let's do beech.
Another £1,000 for that pallet.
All right, let's take all 3.
That's 60 saplings total.
Should keep me busy for a while.
Hopefully I'll see you again soon then.
You definitely will. £3,000 later, and the account drops to around £9,000. But at least now we've got 60 saplings ready to go. We get all 3 pallets strapped down onto the trailer, and before heading back to Woodland Hill, I quickly swing past Peacock and Binnington's, where Oxy's left a pallet fork attachment waiting for me. 1,700 pounds later, and that's hooked onto the front loader ready to go as well. Back at the farm, I start unloading everything into the sapling shed. 40 saplings stacked safely inside, then another 20 loaded into the planting bags, ready for use out in the woodland. With all that sorted, it's finally time to cut the first tree. We head out into the woodland behind the farm and find a big shagbark hickory standing just over 21 meters tall. Chainsaw out, first cut goes in, and down it comes. Feels strange cutting the first tree on your own land. We spend the next while trimming all the branches off and carrying the usable pieces over to the firewood area. Turns out one tree gives way more wood than I expected, because by the time the branches are done, the entire firewood rack area is already full and ready to be processed. Before doing anything else, I grab the shovel and plant 2 oak saplings back near where the original tree came down. 1 tree gone, 2 more started. Exactly how I wanted this woodland to work. After that though, there's another issue. I can't move the larger logs with pallet forks, so it's back down to Oxy again. I text him on the drive and ask if he's got a log grab and a rear weight available for the cloths. He sorts both out for me. 1,500 pounds for the rear weight and another 3,000 pounds for the front log grab attachment. That drops the account down to around 3,000 pounds, which is getting dangerously tight now, but at least we can finally move timber around efficiently. Straight back into the woodland we go and start hauling the larger logs over beside the firewood area one by one, stacking them all up ready to be processed through winter.
Afternoon, Ethan.
Hey, Oliver.
You still selling hay?
Yeah, but I've switched over to round bales now, 4,500 liter ones.
That actually works better for me. Easier to move around.
I'm charging 1,000 pounds per bale.
That's all right. I'll take 2 if you've got them.
Perfect. I'll bring them over today.
Appreciated.
So we swap the log grab back off for the bale spike, load 2 bales onto the trailer, and head over to Willowbank Farm. Once we arrive, I unload both bales into Oliver's storage area beside the horses, and then head back home as the light starts fading. Back at Woodland Hill, the trailer goes away, the class gets parked back in its shed, and then it's straight over to the firewood area for the rest of the evening. Plenty of logs stacked up, plenty of work ahead, and winter's only just beginning. December's here, and the weather's finally starting to turn. Little bits of snow drifting through the valley now and then, but nothing sticking yet. Just cold, damp mornings and long, dark evenings. Perfect firewood weather. Which is lucky, because we finally got our first big order through. 10 pallets from Diane down at the farmer's market. 20,000 pounds total. That's exactly the kind of order we needed after all the spending lately. We jump into the little manual forklift and start loading the trailer pallet by pallet. 10 total going on today, all stacked neatly and strapped down ready for town. Once everything's secure, we head out through the rear gate of Woodland Hill for the first time and make our way down toward the farmer's market. It still feels strange driving this tractor around, knowing it technically belongs to me now. Well, belongs to the bank mostly. That monthly payment still sits in the back of my mind every time I turn the key, Still, seeing this trailer full of firewood behind me makes it feel worthwhile. One tree already turning into proper income for the farm. We arrive down at the market and pull straight into Diane's unloading area beside the storage shed. 10 pallets gone in one delivery, and just like that, the bank account jumps back up to 21,000 pounds. Massive relief. That's bought us some breathing room again. Once everything's unloaded, we strap the empty trailer back down and head home through the valley roads while the light snow keeps drifting across the windscreen. Back at Woodland Hill, the trailer gets parked away and then it's straight back over to the firewood area because the work doesn't stop here. There's still another pallet waiting ready to go into storage, and we've still got huge chunks left from that big shagbark hickory tree we dropped last month. I didn't expect one tree to last this long either. It's pretty incredible how much usable timber came out of it once everything was cut down and processed. So we spend the rest of the month back in the firewood area, cutting log after log into manageable chunks, feeding them through the splitter, and stacking fresh pallets together ready for the next orders. One pallet turns into 2, 2 turns into 5, then eventually the storage shed starts filling back up again. Long evenings become normal now. Round bales sitting safely in the grain barn, fresh grass slowly growing across the meadow, and for the first time in a while, the bank account's finally heading back in the right direction again as we finish up December and head into the new year. New year, same freezing mornings. The valley's covered in frost again, and every time I walk through the yard, my eyes still go straight to this Kloss tractor sitting here. Cost an absolute fortune. 5,500 pounds every month for 2 years. Still terrifying. But at least now it's starting to earn its keep. The firewood business is carrying us through winter far better than I expected, so this month the plan's simple. More trees, more firewood, more income. We hook the trailer onto the Kloss and head up into the woodland behind the farm. After a bit of walking around, we settle on a nice oak tree about 13 meters tall. Big enough to give us a decent amount of timber without leaving a massive gap in the woodland. Chainsaw out, and down it comes. Straight away, we start trimming all the smaller branches off and cutting the thicker limbs into manageable pieces we can carry ourselves. Once there's enough piled up, we pull the trailer alongside and start loading all the branch wood on by hand. One trip back down to the firewood area, and that whole load gets unloaded beside the splitter. It only fills about 800 liters of the storage area though, so there's still plenty of room left for more. The bigger logs need the log grab attachment, so we swap the trailer off, hook the grab back onto the front loader, and head back into the woodland again. This setup's already proving worth the money as well. Picking these heavy logs up by hand would have been horrible before. Now we just clamp onto them, drive them down to the yard, and stack them beside the firewood area one by one. Few trips later, and the entire oak tree's sitting down in the yard, ready to be processed through the rest of winter. After parking the tractor up for a bit, we head over to the sapling shed and grab the shovel bags with some fresh oak saplings inside. 2 more trees planted back up where the oak came down, then we quickly cut the remaining stumps down low with the chainsaw so the woodland still looks tidy. Walking back through the forest after that, it really hits me how much potential this place has. There's enough woodland here to keep a decent firewood business going for years if I manage it right. But it also gets me thinking about other forestry ideas as well. Timber production, maybe planks one day, maybe even a sawmill setup if we expand enough later on. That's a future problem though. Right now, we just need stable income. While walking back through the woodland, I get a message from Craig down at the Toby Carvery asking if I wanted to come down for a New Year's carvery and talk business. Free food and potential firewood orders? Not turning that down. So we head down into town and meet Craig at the Toby.
Happy New Year, mate.
Happy New Year, Craig.
How's Woodland Hill treating you?
Busy, very expensive, but good.
I've been seeing your firewood moving through the market. Diane speaks highly of it.
That's good to hear.
Question is, can you keep up with demand?
Yeah, the woodland's keeping us going really well so far.
Good, because I'm going to need another decent order soon.
How much are you thinking?
9 pallets to start with.
That'll be 18,000 pounds total.
Sounds fair to me. That should keep us going through the rest of winter.
Perfect. I'll bring them down today. Thanks, Craig.
No worries. Thanks, Ethan. Keep at it, lad.
Another 18,000 pounds incoming. That's huge for us right now. So after finishing up at the Toby, we head back to Woodland Hill, hook onto the trailer, and start loading pallets of firewood up with the forklift one by one until all 9 are strapped down and ready to go. Then it's straight back into town again. We pull into the Toby Carvery yard, unload all 9 pallets into Craig's storage area, and just like that, the account jumps up to 32,200 pounds. Big difference compared to where we were sitting a couple months ago, wondering if we'd overcommitted ourselves financially. Back at Woodland Hill, we park the trailer away for the evening and take one final walk across the yard. The meadows slowly growing, the woodlands producing steady income, and the sheds are finally starting to feel full instead of empty. Then it's back over to the firewood area for the rest of the evening, because winter's not over yet, and there's still plenty more timber waiting to be cut as January comes to a close and February rolls in. February's arrived, and overnight the valleys turned white. Snow covering the fields, snow sitting on the roofs, snow piled up along the woodland tracks. Looks amazing. For about 5 minutes until you actually have to work in it. Forecast says it should clear soon though, which is good, because the meadow's looking really healthy now. A couple more weeks and we should finally be able to cut it for the first time since the reseeding. That's going to be a huge moment for Woodland Hill. But for now, winter work continues. Firewood, wood chips, more trees. So we head back out into the woodland behind the farm looking for the next one to drop. This time, we settle on another massive shagbark hickory, just over 21 meters tall. These trees are brilliant for firewood as well. The oak's good, but the hickories seem to last forever once they're processed down. Chainsaw out and down she comes, very nearly onto the house. That got the heart rate up a bit. After recovering from that near disaster, we get straight into trimming all the small branches off and cutting the lighter sections into manageable pieces for carrying down by hand. Couple trips back and forth to the firewood area, and the racks are already starting to fill up again. Then it's onto the bigger timber. We start chopping the main trunk into sections small enough for the claws and the log grab to handle, then shuttle them back to the yard one by one, building up another huge pile beside the processing area ready for the rest of winter. This one tree alone is probably another 2 months worth of firewood again if I'm smart with it. That's the thing I'm learning with forestry now. One good tree goes a very long way when you process everything properly. Firewood, wood chips, timber pieces, even the leftovers all end up useful somewhere. Once all the timber's moved, we head over to the sapling shed and grab another bag of seedlings and the shovel. At the moment, I'm mainly planting oak trees back into the woodland because they grow really well around here and they'll be fantastic long-term once they mature. So we plant another 4 around the area where the hickory came down, spacing them out nicely through the woodland floor before heading back down toward the yard. By now, the firewood setup's working exactly how I imagined it would when I first moved here. Logs arriving constantly from the woodland, stacks of split firewood moving into storage, wood chips piling up beside the barn ready to sell. And best of all, it's actually making money. While walking back across the yard a bit later on, I pass the sheep barn again and stop for a second looking inside. Still empty. That's gotta change soon. Spring's nearly here now, and once we finally get the meadow cut, we should have enough hay stored away to start thinking seriously about animals. Sheep make the most sense first as well. Smaller investment, easier to manage, and we've already got the barn sitting here waiting. So instead of standing around talking about it, I decide to head down to Witcombe Livestock Market and actually see what's available. We hop in the claws and head down through town toward the bottom end, past the petrol station and the Toby Carvery before arriving at the market. This place is busy too. We pull through the gates slowly, and immediately there's pens everywhere. Different cattle breeds off to the left, sheep all packed together further down, pigs making noise somewhere around the back. chickens running around in smaller pens, and even horses tied up over near the far side. There's definitely no shortage of animals here. I park the tractor up and spend a while just walking around looking at everything, trying to picture what would actually work best back at Woodland Hill. The sheep still feel like the obvious answer, especially now that the meadow's nearly ready. The only strange thing is that manure heap back at the farmyard. Sheep don't really produce enough manure to make proper use of it like cows or pigs would. So now, I'm starting to wonder whether that whole area is wasted space. Maybe we keep it. Maybe one day we expand into cattle. Or maybe we rip it out completely and build something more useful there instead. Another storage area maybe. Greenhouses, bigger gardens. There's definitely potential in that space. That's something I'll have to think about properly before making a decision though. After one final walk around the livestock market, we climb back into the claws and make the drive home through the snowy valley roads, still thinking about sheep, forestry, and everything else this place could eventually become. Back at Woodland Hill, the tractor gets parked away for the evening, and I take one final look across the farmyard. Snow covering the meadow, woodland stacked full of timber, empty sheep barn waiting for spring. Feels like things are slowly starting to line up now as February comes to an end and March finally approaches. March has finally arrived, and the meadow's finally ready for its first proper cut since the reseeding. But before any of that, we've got deliveries to do. Big ones as well. 6 pallets of firewood for Diane at the farmer's market, and another 6 for Craig down at the Toby Carvery. 24,000 pounds total between the 2 orders, which is massive for us right now. That instantly pushes the account back up to 43,000 pounds, exactly what we needed. We've still got 4 pallets of wood chips sitting in storage as well, plus loads of logs left ready to process into more firewood later on, so the woodland operation's looking really healthy at the moment. Everything's already strapped down and loaded up on the trailer, so we hop into the Kloss and head into town. First stop's Craig's. We pull around into the rear yard of the Toby Carvery and unload the 6 pallets into the usual drop-off area. Looks like he's even started putting up a little outdoor market stall setup around the side now as well, probably for spring trade. Once Craig's order is unloaded, we strap Diane's pallets back down and continue through town toward the farmer's market. We pull in, unload her 6 pallets into storage, and just like that, the account jumps again. 43,200 pounds sitting there now. Huge difference compared to winter. With the deliveries done, it's finally time for the thing I've been waiting months for, the meadow. We head back to Woodland Hill, drop the trailer off, and hook the Kloss mower onto the front of the tractor before heading out through the gates toward the field. First pass across the meadow, and finally, grass starts dropping behind the mower. Actual yield. That's a relief. The reseeding worked perfectly. So we settle into a nice rhythm mowing around the outside first, before working our way up and down the meadow while the fresh-cut grass builds behind us. This field is absolutely massive compared to Field 17 as well. The new gear makes such a difference here too. The old setup would have taken forever. Field 17's still staying in the no-cut spring scheme, so that's another 3,000 pounds coming in later for basically doing nothing again. Meanwhile, this meadow becomes our main production field. That's where the sheep feed comes from. That's where the hay sales come from. And hopefully, that's where the future expansion starts too. Once the mowing's finished, we head back into the yard and swap over to the windrower first, because half this field's staying as fresh grass for sheep feed. We lower the windrower down and start pulling the grass together into massive, clean rows. This thing's brilliant as well. 8-meter width makes the job ridiculously quick compared to the old gear. After getting roughly half the meadow rowed up, we park the windrower back up and switch over to the tedder. The other half's becoming hay. So we spend the next while tedding the remaining grass out across the field, letting it dry properly, before swapping back once again to the windrower and pulling everything together into neat rows ready for baling. Half grass, half hay. Exactly what we needed. Then comes the fun part, the baler. We head out with the Kloss round baler and start by clearing the leftover hay still sitting inside the chamber from last season before moving on to the fresh grass rows first. Round bale after round bale starts dropping behind us as we work around the meadow. Then once the grass section's complete, we move across to the hay rows and finish the rest of the field. By the end of it, the meadow's covered in massive round bales, and for the first time, Woodland Hill actually feels like a serious operation now. Not just a survival setup anymore. Real production, real output. Back in the yard, the baler gets parked away, and we swap the log grab off for the bale attachment on the front loader instead. No trailer needed this time either, since the field's so close to the yard. We just shuttle the bales back 2 at a time straight into the storage barn over the next couple of days. Hay bales stacked on one side, grass bales stacked near the sheep barn ready for future feed. And standing there, looking at that grass stacked up beside the empty sheep pen, finally makes this place feel ready for animals. We're not far away now. Once the last bales are moved, we give the cloths a proper wash down for the first time in ages. Grass stuck everywhere, mud splashed all over the wheels, bits of hay hanging off the baler. Hard work showing properly for once. Then as evening settles in across the valley, it's back over to the firewood area again, because the woodland never really stops producing work as we head into April. April's arrived, and Woodland Hill's finally starting to feel busy all the time now. There's always something moving somewhere around the yard. Sheep feed stacked in the barn, firewood ready to go, grass growing back in the meadow, and the tractor barely staying parked for more than 10 minutes at a time. This month though, there's one big thing left to do: animals. So we hop into the cloths, drop the rear weight and front loader arms off in the yard, and head down into town because today, we're finally buying a livestock trailer. 37,000 pounds in the bank sounds healthy, until you remember the tractor payments and the estate payment coming later in the year, so every purchase still feels massive. We arrive at Peacock and Binnington's and head inside to speak with Oxy. Morning, Oxy.
Morning. What are we after today then?
Livestock trailer. Finally getting sheep.
About time. I was wondering when you were going to fill that sheep barn.
Need something decent though. Nothing massive.
I've got exactly the thing. I4 Williams livestock trailer. Brand new. 12,500 pounds.
That the proper UK ones everybody uses?
Yep. Good trailers. Pulls nice. Easy to clean out. You'll get plenty of years out of it.
How many sheep will it carry?
30 if you really pack them in there. 10 will fit comfortably.
Perfect. I'll take it. That's another huge purchase done. We head back outside, hitch the trailer onto the cloths, and immediately head down toward Witcombe Livestock Market. Pulling in there still feels strange every time. So many animals everywhere, trailers moving around constantly, people walking between pens checking livestock prices and trying to find deals. We park up near the loading area and start looking through the listings before settling on 10 blue-faced Leicester sheep around 8 months old. Exactly what we wanted. Good wool sheep and perfect to start building the flock properly. 10 sheep at 788 pounds each comes to 7,880 pounds total, which definitely hurts the account again, but this feels like the right next step for Woodland Hill. We watch them all get loaded into the trailer and then take a quick look inside before leaving. First livestock on the farm. That's a pretty cool moment. Then it's back through town and home toward Woodland Hill. We pull up beside the sheep barn, open the trailer up, and unload all 10 straight into the pen. Soon as they're inside, they start wandering around investigating everything, already digging into the grass bales we stored for them last month. Seeing animals here completely changes the feeling of the yard as well. The place finally feels alive now. Water troughs all connected up already too, so they've got constant water flowing through the system around the farm, which saves a lot of hassle. Once the trailer's emptied, we park it up beside the manure heap ready for future use, and take a slow walk around checking everything over. 10 sheep settled in nicely, 7 grass bales stored ready for feed, 7 hay bales sitting in the storage barn waiting to be sold. The meadow's growing back nicely too after the first cut, though it'll still need another couple months before it's ready again.
Afternoon, Ethan.
Hey, Oliver.
Those round bales you sold me last time were brilliant. Horses loved them.
Good to hear.
Any chance I could get another 6?
Yeah, no problem. Since you're buying 6, I'll do them for 950 pounds each.
That's a great deal. I'll take them.
Perfect. I'll load them up now and head over. Straight away, we grab the bale forks and start loading all 6 hay bales onto the trailer before strapping everything down and heading over to Willowbank Farm. We pull into Oliver's yard, unload all 6 into his storage area, and then head back toward Woodland Hill again with another successful sale done. By the time we get home, the account's sitting around 22,400 pounds. Still healthy enough, but every time I look at the balance now, I'm thinking ahead to August. 32,000 pounds due to the estate. Monthly tractor payments still rolling through, and now livestock to maintain as well. The farm's growing fast, but so are the responsibilities as April comes to an end and we head into May. May's rolled around already, and the valley's properly starting to wake up now. Trees are green again, the meadows thickening up nicely after the first cut, and the sheep have settled into Woodland Hill far quicker than I expected. This month starts with a few deliveries already lined up as well, which is always a good sign. 4 pallets of wood chips for Oliver over at Willowbank Farm for the horse stables, plus 2 pallets of firewood for Diane, and another 2 for Craig down at the Toby Carvery. You can definitely tell winter's ending now though. Firewood sales are slowing right down compared to a couple of months ago. Makes sense really. Nobody's lighting fires every night anymore. That's why this place needs more than just one source of income going forward. Still, money coming in is money coming in. So we get everything loaded up onto the trailer and strapped down ready for town. First stop's Diane at the farmer's market. We pull in beside the storage area and unload her 2 pallets before heading back through town toward the Toby Carvery. Craig's still got a decent stack left from the last delivery as well, which tells me business must be slowing down for him too, now that the weather's warming up. We drop his 2 pallets off onto the pile and then continue down toward Willowbank Farm. Oliver's place is looking busy as always. Horses out in the paddocks, trailers moving around, and his wood chip area already half full from previous deliveries. Looks like he's stocking up while he can. We unload all 4 pallets for him and then finally head back toward Woodland Hill with an empty trailer for once. Back at the farm, we park the trailer away, reverse the Kloss back into its bay, and finally take a proper walk around the yard for the first time in a while. Firewood shed's looking tidy now. 5 pallets of firewood left, 1 pallet of wood chips remaining, and enough logs stacked beside the processing area to keep us busy for ages. Then we wander up into the woodland behind the farm to check on the saplings we planted earlier in the year. And they're actually growing. Still tiny, obviously, but seeing those little oak trees starting to establish themselves where the bigger trees used to stand is really satisfying. Makes the whole sustainability thing feel worthwhile instead of just talking about it. While walking through the woodland though, one tree catches my eye straight away. Another oak, about 17 meters tall, sitting right on the edge of the woodland. Perfect spot for the final tree we'll cut this season before leaving the forest alone through summer. So out comes the chainsaw again. Tree comes down nicely this time, without nearly flattening the house like the last hickory did, and we get straight into stripping branches off and cutting all the usable timber into manageable pieces. Smaller limbs go aside first, ready for firewood processing, while the trunk gets chopped into heavier sections for the log grab. Then we hop back into the tractor, attach the log forks, and start hauling the timber down toward the processing area, one load at a time. Even with the larger tractor, some of these logs are still seriously heavy. But after a few trips, everything's stacked up neatly beside the firewood area, ready to last us another couple of months easily. Once the last log's dropped off, we park the tractor up and head over to the sapling shed one more time. Can't cut trees without replacing them. That's the rule now. So we grab the shovel and plant another 2 oak saplings around the edge of the woodland where the larger oak came down earlier in the day. 2 more future trees planted. Then the shovel gets put away, the sapling bags go back into storage, and the whole place finally starts settling down again as evening rolls in over Woodland Hill. The sheep are fed, the firewood stacks are full, the meadow's growing, and summer's right around the corner now as May comes to an end and we head into June. June's here, and Woodland Hill's looking incredible right now. The sheep are settled in properly, wandering around the paddock happy as anything, grass growing thick across the meadow, and for the first time, the whole place is starting to feel balanced. Even the forestry report's looking good now. 9 trees planted, 3 cut down, Tier B sustainability rating, 6 environmental points gained, animal welfare and feed storage all passing inspection as well. That's exactly what I wanted this place to become when I first took the lease on. Now though, it's time for another cut, because we're down to our final hay bale sitting in the storage barn, and these sheep are getting through feed quicker than I expected. So this month, the plan's simple. Everything becomes hay. No grass bales this time. We've already got plenty stored for the sheep, so now we need stock ready to sell. We head out into the yard, hook the mower onto the front of the cloths, and roll out into the meadow. Soon as we drop the mower down and start the first pass around the edge, huge rows of fresh grass begin piling up behind us again. The meadow's looking brilliant this cut as well, way thicker than the first one. We settle into a rhythm, mowing lap after lap, while talking through the plans for the year. Every bale sitting out here is roughly another 1,000 pounds once sold. All organic, all naturally grown. And with the size of this field now, there's proper money sitting in the grass alone. Meanwhile, Field 17's still sitting untouched under the no-cut scheme, waiting for July, which means another easy 3,000 pounds coming in again later. Once the mowing's finished, we head back through the gate and swap straight over to the tedder. Back out into the meadow we go, and this thing absolutely flies compared to the mower. Double the width, higher speed, huge coverage. Perfect summer weather for it too. Sun's out, grass drying quickly, and within no time, the whole field's transformed from fresh grass into drying hay spread across the meadow. Then it's back again for the windrower. We lower it down along the edge and start pulling everything together into massive clean rows across the field. 20 minutes ago, this place looked like chaos. Now it looks perfect for baling, and that's exactly what comes next. We park the windrower up, hook onto the baler, and roll back out for the final stage. Straight away, the cloth starts swallowing row after row of hay, and before long, bales are scattered all across the meadow behind us. Halfway through the field already looks incredible. Hay bales everywhere, rows disappearing one by one, and the storage barn back at the yard already starting to fill in my head.
How's Woodland Hill treating you then?
Busy, really busy.
Good busy or stressful busy?
Both.
Sounds about right for farming.
We've got sheep now, 10 blue-faced Leicesters.
You actually filled the barn then?
Yeah, they're doing well too. Meadow's finally producing properly now as well. Just baling the second cut today.
How many bales you getting out of it?
Looks like somewhere around 25 maybe. Big round bales too.
That's decent money.
Needs to be. Tractor payments still hurt every month, and I've got the estate payment coming in August.
You're handling it though. That's the important part.
Feels weird sometimes. A couple years ago I was loading tiny square bales by hand out of one rented field.
And now you've got your own farm, woodland, livestock, and a class tractor sitting in the yard. Sounds like progress to me.
Still feels like there's loads left to do.
There always will be. That never changes. Anyway, I better get back to it.
No worries. Nice catching up as always.
Speak soon, Ethan.
Bye, Dad. And with that, the whole meadow's done. We park the baler away, switch over to the bale spikes, and spend the next while hauling everything back into storage 2 bales at a time. By the end of it all, 24 hay bales are stacked safely inside the barn ready to sell. That's serious money sitting there now. Then, after washing the cloths down and parking it away for the evening, we take one final walk around the yard before finishing up the month. 12 pallets of firewood in storage. 2 pallets of wood chips, 24 hay bales stacked away, and enough money in the account to cover the tractor payment again this month. Now we just need those sales to keep moving before the estate payment arrives as June comes to an end and summer carries on into July. July's here already, and somehow year 3 is coming to an end. The month starts with good news as well. The no-cut spring scheme for Field 17 has just paid out another £3,112, which is brilliant. Easiest money I make all year, and now that the restriction period's over, it means we can finally cut the field too. While checking over the sheep first thing in the morning, we also noticed they've started producing wool. 366 liters already. Not enough for a full pallet yet, but still a great sign. Even more exciting though, reproduction's sitting at 75%, which means by next month, we should have lambs running around in here as well. Woodland Hill's growing fast now, but before any of that happens, we've got hay to make. So we hook the mower onto the front of the closs, attach the tedder onto the back, and head over toward Field 17. Once we pull into the field, we lower the mower down first and then unfold the tedder behind it. This time, we're doing both jobs together. Mower on the front, tedder behind. Way more efficient. Soon as we get moving, fresh grass starts falling behind the mower and immediately gets spread out by the tedder in the same pass. Watching both machines working together feels brilliant as well. Massive difference compared to the little setup we started with years ago. We work around the outside first, before slowly making our way through the middle of the field, getting everything cut and tedded in one go. And honestly, this setup works far better than I expected. The tedder being wider than the mower actually helps too, because it catches all the little missed bits. Once the field's finished, we fold both machines up and head back toward Woodland Hill to swap over.
Hello, Ethan. Saw you out cutting that field.
Yeah, finally allowed back on it now.
Looks good from the road. Listen, any chance you've got time to bale the straw in Field 16 as well?
The field beside mine?
That's the one. I'm stretched thin at the moment.
Yeah, no problem.
I'll give you about £2,000 for it.
Sounds good to me. I'll get it sorted after the hay.
Appreciated.
Field 17 doesn't take long at all now with this gear either. Couple passes around the outside, and then row after row gets pulled neatly together, ready for baling. After that, we head back once again and grab the baler. Driving down the road this time, you can already see Giles's straw field sitting there beside ours, ready to go as well. First though, we finish our own field. We lower the baler down and start working through the hay rows. 5 bales isn't bad from a field this size, but now that Woodland Hill's fully operational, I'm starting to wonder if the drive over here is still worth it long term. Maybe eventually we hand this field back to Giles, and instead start speaking to Blackthorn Estate about taking on more land closer to the farm itself. Maybe crop fields, maybe grain production, maybe even proper arable farming alongside the hay and forestry. There's definitely room to expand now. Once Field 17's finished, we move straight over into Giles's straw field and spend the next while baling all of that up for him as well. Nice, easy little contract. And by the time everything's done, the account jumps from £19,000 up to just over $21,000. Not bad at all for an afternoon's work. Then it's finally time for the last job of year 3. Back at Woodland Hill, the baler gets parked away, the front loader arms go back onto the closs, and we hook up the trailer before heading back out to collect our hay bales from Field 17. 5 bales this cut. One by one, they get loaded onto the trailer until everything's strapped down securely and ready for the drive home. Back at the farm, we reverse into the big storage barn and unload all 5 alongside the rest of the stack. 29 bales total, now sitting under cover, ready to sell. 12 pallets of firewood in storage, wood chips ready to go, sheep producing wool, lambs on the way, and somehow, Woodland Hill Farm has gone from a risky lease agreement into an actual working business by the end of year 3. There's still pressure every month financially, but for now, year 3's done, and Woodland Hill finally feels like a farm with a future. Summer's in full swing here at Woodland Hill Farm. The barns are packed, the lambs are running around everywhere, and for the first time since taking this place on, it feels like the farm's finally building some momentum. That being said, this month starts with one massive problem hanging over us. By the end of August, Blackthorn Estate takes their first yearly payment for Woodland Hill Farm, £32,000. Then on top of that, the Class Tractor payment still takes another $5,500 as well. So before we do anything else, we need money. Fast. Luckily, Pete down at Yew Tree Farm has put an order in for 10 hay bales at £1,000 each, which is a massive help straight away. So with £24,000 currently sitting in the bank, we get the trailer loaded up first thing this morning and head over there. We make our way down to Pete's farm and pull into the yard with the cows already crowding around waiting. I back the trailer in beside the feeding area and start unloading bale after bale for him. This arrangement with Pete's worked out brilliantly, really. He gets reliable organic hay, and I get consistent sales every few months whenever stock starts piling up too much. Once the final bale's unloaded, we head back toward Woodland Hill, and the messages immediately start flooding through. Craig wants another 2 pallets of firewood for the Toby Carvery. Diane wants 2 more pallets for the farmer's market. Then Oliver messages through asking for another 2 pallets of wood chips as well. That's another £10,000 worth of deliveries waiting for us. And while stacking everything onto the trailer, all I can think about is how quickly money disappears around this place now. The estate takes $32,000. The tractor finance takes another $5,500. Then there's feed, repairs, fuel, maintenance, and everything else stacked on top of that. This farm's growing quickly, but the pressure's growing with it. Once everything's strapped down, we head off again. First stop is Willowbank Farm, where we unload the wood chips beside Oliver's horse paddocks. Then we head through town and pull into Diane's farmer's market to unload her firewood beside the little stall area. After that, we make our way over to the Toby Carvery, where Craig's already got a decent little stack of firewood sitting from previous deliveries. Even through summer, he still gets through loads of it between the outdoor cooking area and the fireplaces inside the pub. By the time everything's delivered and we finally make it back home, the bank account's sitting at £34,000. Enough for the estate payment. Just enough. Feels like a massive weight off my shoulders finally getting over that line.
Hey, Ethan. Thanks again for dropping those wood chips off. Horses are getting through loads of them lately.
No worries. Glad they're helping.
You don't happen to have any more hay left, do you?
Yeah, still got a fair amount stored up.
I'd happily take another 6 bales if you've got them available.
Yeah, no problem. £6,000 total, all right?
Perfect. I'll get that invoice sorted now.
Nice one. I'll bring them down shortly. That's exactly the sort of phone call I needed this month, and make the drive back down to Willowbank Farm for the second time today. Once everything's unloaded, the account finally climbs up to £40,000. Massive relief. That gives us enough for the estate payment, enough for this month's tractor finance, and leaves us with at least a little breathing room moving into autumn. Back at Woodland Hill, we finish the evening checking on the sheep and lambs. 18 lambs from the original 10 sheep, which is incredible, really. Lots of twins in there, too. The sheep barn suddenly feels a lot smaller than it did a few months ago. Still, seeing the place full of life like this makes all the stress feel worth it. Year 4's underway, the bills are paid, and Woodland Hill Farm's still moving forward. Early autumn's rolled into Witcombe now. Mornings are colder. The trees around Woodland Hill are starting to turn orange. There's a Claas Lexion 6,900 combine sitting there at 50% off for just over £200,000, and beside it, there's a Claas Arian 450 at 55% off for around $100,000. Absolute dream machinery. Completely useless to me right now, considering I've only got 1,800 pounds left in the bank. Not that we even own any crop fields yet anyway. Still hurts looking at them though. So after depressing myself for a few minutes, we get back outside and focus on making money instead of spending it. I hop in the tractor and drive over toward the manure heap beside the sheep area. Ever since moving here, this thing's just sat, taking up space doing absolutely nothing. The sheep don't produce manure like cows or pigs do, so realistically, this whole area is pointless for us. I move the windrower out the way first to clear some room around it, then shift the livestock trailer beside it as well, so I can actually get a proper look at the space. And standing there looking at it, I finally decide this thing's gotta go. No point keeping useless infrastructure around just because it came with the farm. So over the next few days, we dismantle the whole manure heap and sell off the usable parts, scrap metal, and concrete sections for around 9,700 pounds total, which immediately gives us a little breathing room again financially. Once it's gone though, there's one annoying tree hanging over the side of the area blocking half the sunlight. So that's getting cut down too. We drop the tree, trim all the smaller branches off, and start hauling them over toward the firewood area by hand first. Then the bigger trunk pieces get chopped down into sections small enough for the tractor to handle. I hop back into the cloth with the log grab fitted on the front and start carrying the larger pieces over one at a time, stacking them beside the firewood processor ready for winter. That tree alone should keep us going for another month or two easily. Once everything's cleared away, I head back over to the old manure pit area and finally get a proper look at the empty space. And standing there, I suddenly realize exactly what I want to do with it. Not another production building, not another storage area, a proper garden. Something that actually makes the place feel lived in. So over the next week, we completely transform the area. Little wooden picket fence around the outside, a small pond near the back corner, bench and barbecue area overlooking the fields, water supply hooked directly into the system here at the farm, a proper wooden shed at the back, and then the main part of it, 8 large garden beds all lined up neatly through the middle. By the time everything's finished, the place looks incredible. Massive upgrade compared to the tiny little garden we had back at the old rental house. And with the final bit of money we've got left, we start buying seeds and getting everything planted. Tomatoes, strawberries, spring onions, spinach, red beet, potatoes, peas, parsnips, Napa cabbage, lettuce, green beans, garlic, chili peppers, carrots. Pretty much every spare bit of space gets filled with something. By the end of the planting, the whole garden's finally underway, and honestly, it feels brilliant standing there looking at it all. Actually feels like Woodland Hill's becoming a real home now, instead of just somewhere I work. Only problem is, after building all of that, there's barely any money left again. Just over 1,000 pounds sitting in the account. So we need income quickly. Thankfully, Pete messages through asking for another 10 hay bales for the cows. Perfect timing. So we get the trailer hooked up, load all 10 bales onto it, and strap everything down ready to go. We're definitely starting to run low on hay stock now. Only a few bales left sitting inside once this load's gone. Still, 10,000 pounds is too good to turn down. We make our way down to Pete's farm and unload everything into the usual feeding area for him before heading back toward Woodland Hill again. That puts us back up to around 11,000 pounds in the bank, enough to comfortably survive this month's tractor payment at least. Once we arrive back home, the trailer gets parked away for now, and we head back over toward the firewood area as the evening starts setting in. Plenty of logs stacked up waiting to be processed, and next month, we'll finally be back out cutting grass again. Autumn's settled into the valley now. The trees above Woodland Hill are glowing orange and gold, and walking through the forest this morning actually felt pretty rewarding seeing the saplings we planted earlier in the year finally starting to gain a bit of height. The larger trees further up the hill are looking good too. Plenty still standing ready for winter firewood once we need them. After checking through the woodland, we head back down into the yard and have a quick look through the barns. Still a few bales left from the previous cut, which is good. Enough feed for the sheep and lambs for now, but we definitely need to restock the hay supplies before winter really kicks in. Then we head over to the allotment garden. Still can't quite believe this used to be the old manure heap area. Everything's growing nicely already, even if nothing's fully ready yet. Another month or so, and we should finally start harvesting fresh produce from here. After checking through the garden beds, we head over toward the meadow and look across the field. Grass is ready. Perfect timing. Before getting started though, I quickly stop by the firewood shed and check stock levels there too. 16 pallets of firewood, 2 pallets of wood chips. Exactly what we needed heading toward winter. So with all that checked over, we finally hop into the Kloss and get to work. Tedder on the back, mower on the front, straight out into the meadow. Once we arrive, everything gets lowered down, and we begin making the first pass around the edge of the field, mowing and tedding at the same time. As we work our way through the field, all I can think about is how important this cut's going to be for winter income. Every bale matters now. The tractor finance still takes 5,500 pounds every month, and there's no room for falling behind on payments. By the time we finish the final pass, the entire field's cut and tedded ready for rowing. Then, instead of heading back straight away, we continue over toward field 17 to repeat the process there as well. This little field's been useful over the years, but while working through it today, I keep questioning whether it's still worth renting. 5 bales every cut isn't bad, but compared to the meadow back at Woodland Hill, it's starting to feel pretty small now. Once both fields are finished, we head back to the farm, swap everything over, and grab the windrower. Then it's straight back out to the meadow again. The Kloss windrower absolutely flies through this field now. Massive difference compared to the old setup we used to run. One pass after another, pulling everything into clean rows ready for baling. Once the meadow's complete, we repeat the same process over at field 17, before finally heading home again to grab the baler. Now comes the satisfying part. We head back into the meadow, lower the baler down, and begin working through the rows. Bale after bale starts dropping behind us across the field. Big organic hay bales worth real money now. By the time we finish the meadow alone, there's close to 20 bales sitting across the field. Then we head over and finish field 17 too, adding another 4 or 5 bales onto the total. Nearly 30 bales altogether once everything's done. Once baling's finished, we head back to the farm again, swap over onto the trailer and bale spike, then spend the rest of the evening hauling everything back into storage. By the time the final bale's stacked away inside the barn, it's late evening, and the place is looking packed again. 27 bales stored up ready to sell. Then, while checking the account balance afterwards, reality hits again. Only 4,800 pounds left. Not enough for this month's tractor payment. So one final job before October ends. The old manure spreader's getting sold. We haven't touched the thing in ages, and realistically we've outgrown it anyway. So we hitch it up and head down to Peak of Binnington's, where Oxy agrees to take it back off our hands for 3,000 pounds. Not a bad result, really. It served its purpose and proved something important. Spreading manure on the grass fields just wasn't worth the extra cost. Natural growth works perfectly fine for what we're doing. So by the time we head back home, the account's sitting at 7,800 pounds. Enough to survive another month. November's arrived, and winter's definitely starting to settle in around Woodland Hill now. Cold mornings, frost across the grass, and the allotment's finally producing its first proper harvests. I open the little wooden gate, and honestly, the place looks incredible compared to what this area used to be. Where that useless manure heap used to sit, we've now got pallets of fresh produce lined up ready to sell. 1 pallet of potatoes, 1 pallet of spinach, then the larger pallets ready to go as well. Carrots, parsnips, red beet, all stacked up neatly beside the garden shed. And alongside all of that, we finally got our first pallet of wool from the sheep too. Seeing all of this together really makes it hit home how much this farm's changed over the last couple of years. This place finally feels productive in every direction now. I give Diane a call down at the farmer's market.
Morning, Ethan. How's things?
Good, actually. Finally got the allotment fully going.
Have you now? What have you got?
Little bit of everything, really. Potatoes, spinach, carrots, parsnips, red beet. Got some wool as well from the sheep.
That sounds brilliant. Bring it all down.
Perfect. Total invoice will come to 5,800 pounds.
Yep, sounds good to me. Just drop it off at the usual place when you're ready.
Nice one. I'll head down shortly. I'm already backing the trailer into the allotment area and getting everything loaded up. All the vegetables, the wool pallet, everything strapped down, ready to go. Then we head down through town toward the farmer's market for the first proper sale from both the allotment and the sheep. Honestly, seeing our own produce sitting there at the market felt pretty rewarding, especially knowing this entire area used to just be wasted space a couple of months ago. Once everything's unloaded, we head back toward Woodland Hill with about 7,500 pounds now sitting in the account. Enough for this month's tractor payment already, which is a massive relief. Then the phone starts going crazy again. Pete wants another 10 hay bales for the cows. Same order as always, 10,000 pounds worth. Then Oliver messages asking for another 4 hay bales and 3 pallets of wood chips. Another 7,000 pounds there. And then Craig messages through wanting a massive order for the Toby Carvery. 12 pallets of firewood, 24,000 pounds worth in one go. So suddenly, this month turns into non-stop deliveries. We head over to Willowbank Farm, unload the hay beside the horses, and drop the wood chips off into his storage area before turning straight back around toward home. Then, it's immediately onto Craig's order. 12 full pallets of firewood loaded up onto the trailer, one after another. By now, the firewood operations become second nature, really. A couple years ago, I was hand-splitting tiny piles trying to survive winter. Now, we're supplying pubs and local businesses with proper bulk orders. We head down to the Toby Carvery, unload all 12 pallets into Craig's storage area, and then make our way back once again. At this point, the account's sitting at around 46,000 pounds. Best it's looked in quite a while. But there's still one final job before the month ends. Pete's hay order. So once back at Woodland Hill again, we get the trailer loaded with 10 more bales and make the drive down toward Utra Farm. The cows are already gathered waiting by the feeding area when we arrive. We unload the final bale, pull out of the yard, and finally make our way home for the evening. Back at the farm, I stop by the firewood shed one last time before putting the tractor away. 10 pallets of firewood still stored inside, another 4 outside ready to process. Plenty left heading into winter. And honestly, for the first time in a while, the farm actually feels financially healthy again as we finish November and head toward Christmas. Winter's arrived properly now. Frost across the rooftops this morning, smoke coming out the chimneys down in the village. And the place actually feels pretty cozy this time of year. Best part is we start December with another huge firewood order. Diane's put a request in for 12 pallets down at the farmer's market, which is another 24,000 pounds if we can get that delivered. Massive amount of money for us, and exactly what we needed heading toward the end of the year. So first thing this morning, we're out in the firewood shed checking stock levels and getting everything loaded up. 12 pallets lined up ready to go, before getting everything strapped down and ready for transport. Then we hop in the tractor and make the drive down through the valley toward the farmer's market. By now, dropping stuff off down here's become pretty routine, really. We pull into the market yard, unload all 12 pallets into Diane's drop-off area, and then head back home again with a very healthy-looking bank account. 62,000 pounds sitting there now. Massive difference compared to where we were just a couple months ago. Once back at the farm, we stop by the allotment for a quick look around. Another pallet of potatoes ready, another pallet of spinach, and another large pallet of red beet as well. Everything's growing brilliantly now, but instead of selling it immediately, I decide to hold on to these for another month or two until we've got a bigger batch ready to take down all at once. Feels better building up proper stock instead of constantly selling tiny amounts. After checking through the garden, we head back around the yard and out into the forest because we need more wood. Winter's properly kicked off now, and the firewood supplies disappear quickly this time of year. So after walking through the woodland for a bit, we settle on a nice big oak tree around 18 meters tall and get to work dropping it. Once it's down, we start trimming all the branches off and carrying the smaller pieces over toward the firewood area by hand. Then the larger trunk sections get cut down into manageable chunks, ready for the tractor. After that, we hop back into the cloths, fit the log grab onto the front, and start hauling everything back one piece at a time. The forestry side of this farm's become one of my favorite parts, honestly. There's something really satisfying about planting the trees yourself, managing the woodland properly, and then seeing it all turn into usable products later on. Once the logs are stacked up beside the firewood area, we head over to the sapling shed and grab another bag of oak saplings along with the shovel. 3 more trees planted back into the woodland to replace the one we cut down. That leaves 3 left in the bag ready for next time. After that, we take a quick walk back through the yard checking on the sheep and lambs. Everything's looking good there too. Plenty of bedding, plenty of feed, plenty of water. Then we make our way back toward the firewood area, and standing there looking at all the stacked logs beside the firewood processor, I decide it's finally time to take things another step further. So this month, we invest in a small sawmill setup. A little orange wood miser style sawmill fitted neatly beside the firewood area under its own small roof. Nothing massive, just enough to start producing proper planks and beams from the larger logs, instead of cutting absolutely everything into firewood. And honestly, seeing that thing sitting there feels like the start of something much bigger. So the rest of December gets spent cutting timber, processing planks, stacking firewood, and building up stock ready for the new year. By the time the month comes to an end, we've got 26,000 pounds left in the bank, loads of products ready to sell, and another brand new part of the business now underway. New year already, and the valley is absolutely buried in snow. Everything's white. The roads, the fields, the forests, even the roofs around town are covered in layers of it. And for the first couple mornings of January, I barely even wanted to leave the house. So instead, I spent some time inside, looking through all the government schemes again to see what was available this year. The usual avoid mowing during spring scheme has come back up again, and this time, I've decided to put both the Meadow and Field 17 into it. For now though, there's snow everywhere, and apparently the council needed help clearing roads, so I signed us up for the winter road salting scheme as well. That meant heading down to the shop to collect the spreader they'd prepared for us. So we hop in the tractor, head through the snow-covered roads, and arrive down at the yard where the spreader's already sitting there, loaded full of salt, ready to go. Once that's hitched up, we head out looking for roads that still need clearing. Most of the main roads around town are already pretty clean, but some of the side roads are completely covered. So we get the spreader running and start working our way through the countryside nice and slowly. Apparently anything over 13 miles an hour spreads the salt unevenly, so there's no rushing this job. Just slow driving through thick snow while the spreader throws salt behind us across the road.
Ethan, you actually answered for once.
Bit hard not to when I'm driving around at 10 miles an hour.
What are you doing?
Clearing roads, apparently. Council scheme thing. They gave me a salt spreader.
You're joking.
Nope. Thought I'd give it a go while everything's frozen solid.
How's everything there otherwise?
Good. Busy. Paid the estate payment back in August, which hurt a bit. 32,000 pounds gone in one hit wasn't exactly fun.
Wait, you paid that already?
Yeah.
Well, at least that's done then.
Still got the tractor payments, though.
What tractor payments?
Hire purchase.
Ethan, how much?
5,500 pounds a month.
5,500 pounds a month? Ethan, that's ridiculous.
I know, all right, but I needed it. The old tractor wasn't going to keep up with everything anymore.
That's still an insane amount of money every month.
Yeah, but it's helped massively already. The hay works quicker, forestry's easier, moving bales is easier. Everything's faster with this thing.
You just need to be careful.
I am careful. I've got the sheep now, the firewood's doing really well, I've got the allotment growing vegetables, and I've started using the sawmill too. Things are moving in the right direction.
A sawmill now as well?
Tiny one, nothing massive, just making planks and beams from the logs instead of wasting all the timber.
Well, it does sound like you're building something good there. Just don't bury yourself in debt trying to grow too quickly.
I won't, promise.
Good. And stay warm out there.
I'll try. Bye, Mom.
Bye, honey.
After dropping the salt spreader back off at the shop, we head home through the snow again and decide not to push too much else this month. The weather's rough enough already. But before January finishes, we still head back out into the forest for another tree. This time, a decent oak. We drop it cleanly, trim all the branches off, and start cutting the trunk down into manageable sections before hauling everything back toward the sawmill and firewood area with the tractor. Halfway through moving the final logs, the scheme payout finally comes through as well. 395 pounds. Not exactly life-changing money. I definitely expected more than that. Still, we barely did any work for it, so I can't complain too much. By the end of the month, the firewood area's stacked again, the sawmill's got plenty of timber ready to process, and the final 3 oak saplings from the bag are planted back into the woodland. That finishes the bag completely, which means next time we'll move on to planting a different tree variety instead. And with that done, January comes to an end with snow still covering the valley as we head into February. February's arrived, and somehow there's even more snow than last month. The whole valley's buried in it now. Roofs white, fields white, roads white, everything. But despite all of that, the farm's still ticking along nicely. We start the month down at the new sawmill after finishing up our first proper batch of timber, and sitting there beside the machine is our very first pallet of planks. After that, we head across to check the sheep, and honestly, the amount of them now is getting ridiculous. 41 sheep altogether, another 9 babies born this month, after the 4 we had last month as well. But they all look healthy. They've got loads of hay, loads of water, warm bedding, and the barn's doing exactly what we needed it to through winter.
Ethan, Alfie Turner here from the Witcombe Plough. Craig gave me your number.
Yeah, mate, how's it going?
Bit desperate, honestly. My firewood guy's got no stock left, and we're burning through loads with this weather. You got any spare?
Yeah, plenty actually. How much you after?
12 pallets would be ideal if possible.
Yeah, no worries. That'll be 24,000 pounds altogether.
Perfect. You able to deliver as well?
Yeah, of course. I'll get it loaded now and head over shortly.
Bloody legend. Cheers, Ethan.
So after that call, we finish loading the trailer, strap all 12 pallets down, and make our way over toward the pub. Really cool little place tucked outside the village. Playground around the side, smoke coming out the chimney. Honestly, exactly the kind of pub you'd expect to need loads of firewood this time of year. We unload everything beside the storage area, and then head back toward the farm, feeling pretty good about another solid customer added to the list. Then while driving back, Diane messages saying she's happy to take another batch of produce from the allotment whenever we're ready. So once we get home, we start gathering everything together. Chili peppers, garlic, potatoes, red beet, spinach, strawberries, tomatoes, carrots. Altogether, that comes to 5,860 pounds worth of produce. Not bad at all, considering this entire space used to just hold an abandoned manure heap. We get everything loaded onto the trailer, head down to the farmer's market, and unload the lot for Diane before making our way back again. At this point, the account's sitting at around 44,000 pounds, which feels very healthy compared to where we've been before. But the jobs still keep coming. Pete messages through wanting another 12 hay bales for the cows. So once again, we're stacking the trailer absolutely sky high, trying to squeeze everything on. 12 bales strapped down in a massive triangle stack, and somehow still stable enough to move. Then we make the usual drive down to his farm, unload beside the milking parlor, and head back home through the snow once again. And by the time we finally get inside for the evening, there's one thing still sitting in the back of my mind. That sugar beet scheme. The more I read through it, the more interesting it sounds. The government supplies the harvester, the header, and the trailer. All we'd need is a planter and the seeds. Planting starts next month as well. And harvest isn't until October or November, meaning we've got loads of time to figure things out. Honestly, it feels like the perfect opportunity to finally step into crop farming without risking massive amounts of money straight away. So as February comes to an end, that's exactly what's on my mind heading into spring. Spring's finally starting to show itself again, but the fields are beginning to wake back up, and this month feels like the start of something completely different for the farm. After a lot of back and forth with the estate over the last few weeks, they've officially agreed to rent us Field 3, which is massive. It's another £8,000 added onto our yearly costs, meaning from this August onward, we'll owe the estate £40,000 every year instead of 32. Big jump, and honestly pretty terrifying when you actually say that number out loud. But hopefully this field makes more than enough money to justify itself, especially with the sugar beet scheme now underway. And speaking of that, the first thing waiting for us outside this morning is the beet harvester arriving at the yard. This thing is absolutely ridiculous. Massive yellow tiger 6 sugar beet harvester sat on the back of a transport truck looking bigger than half the buildings around here. The header alone is enormous. I climb up into the cab, start the thing up, and slowly drive it off the trailer while the delivery driver watches me, trying not to hit absolutely everything around the yard. Honestly, no idea where we're even supposed to store this thing. It barely fits anywhere. Eventually, I squeeze it beside the allotment for now, and climb back out just staring at it for a second. Never thought we'd own something like that, even if technically it belongs to the government scheme. After that, we get back to reality and start sorting the yard out a little bit. The livestock trailer gets moved out the way. We head down to Peacock and Bennington's because there's one thing we still need before any planting can happen: a planter. We park up outside and head in to speak with Oxy.
Heard you got yourself onto the sugar beet scheme.
Yeah, somehow managed it. Got the harvester dropped off this morning. Thing's absolutely massive.
That's a proper bit of kit, that is. You'll need a decent planter for beet, though.
That's why I'm here.
Well, realistically, this Amazon Precia 4500 would do everything you need.
How much?
About £50,000 new.
Yeah, definitely not happening. Can I lease it?
Honestly, that's probably your best option if you're only using it for this crop. Should cost you about £2,500 for the month.
That's manageable.
You'll need seeds as well.
Yep, grab me a pallet of those too. Thanks, Oxy. Once everything's sorted, we head back outside and have a quick look at the numbers. £8,000 for the field rental. $3,700 spent today between the planter lease and seeds. So before we've even planted anything, we're already nearly £12,000 into this field, which means this crop absolutely has to succeed. So with the planter loaded up and the seed tanks filled, we head back to Field 3 and finally get started. No fertilizer going in, no chemicals. We're sticking with the organic approach as much as possible and seeing what kind of results we can get naturally. Once we lower the planter and begin the first pass around the edge of the field, it suddenly feels very real. Our first proper crop. As the hours go by, row after row of sugar beet gets planted across the field while I keep running the numbers in my head, trying to work out whether this is genius or financial suicide. Hopefully genius. By the time we finally finish, the whole field's planted and looking great. The nitrogen levels aren't too bad either. Only thing that looks a little rough is the lime content in the soil. So at some point before harvest, we'll probably need to get some lime spread across here to help the yield a bit. But for now, the important part's done. The crop's in the ground. So before the month ends, we take the planter back to the shop, return it before another lease payment hits us, and head home feeling cautiously optimistic about what this field might become over the next few months. April's arrived. The sugar beet in field 3 has started growing nicely too. Little green rows stretching across the field. It feels pretty surreal seeing our first proper crop coming through. But before we even think about that, the allotments become absolute chaos. There are pallets everywhere, vegetables stacked all over the place, ready to go. I didn't realize just how much produce we'd built up until I started counting it all properly. So first thing this morning, I give Diane a call down at the farmer's market.
Morning, Ethan.
You might regret answering that.
Why?
Because I've got loads of produce here. Like, loads.
How much is loads?
I did the numbers this morning. Comes to about 18,240 pounds worth altogether.
18 grand? Ethan, what have you been growing up there?
Bit of everything, honestly. The allotment's gone mental.
Well, I'll take it all. You know the produce always sells out down here. Actually, I've got a mate with a flatbed truck. I'll send him up to you now, because there's no chance you're ferrying all that back and forth yourself.
Seriously?
Yep. He'll help load it all up and bring it down here.
That'd help massively. Thanks, Diane.
No worries. Least I can do. Speak soon.
And once the truck finally pulls away, the allotment suddenly looks almost empty again. But the account definitely doesn't. 18,000 pounds richer in one morning. Not bad at all. After that, I head past the sheep pens, checking on everything there, before another thought pops back into my head. The planks. We've now got enough timber stacked up from the sawmill that we actually need somewhere to sell it. So after asking around town a bit over the last few weeks, I finally got the number for a local carpenter called Dan Cooper, who runs a place in town called Provision Timber Carpentry. I give him a call while heading over toward the sawmill.
Provision Timber Carpentry, Dan speaking.
Hi mate, Ethan here from the farm outside town. I've got some locally cut planks and wondered if you'd be interested.
Yeah, definitely. What sort of amount we talking?
3 pallets of standard planks and 1 pallet of long planks.
That sounds decent, actually. I'd probably give you £5,840 for the lot, if that works for you.
Yeah, that sounds fair. You're next to Peacock and Binnington's, right?
That's the one. Blue roller doors.
Perfect. I'll bring them down shortly.
Thanks, Ethan. See you soon.
Now, it's a slightly questionable looking load by the end of it, but once everything's strapped down tightly enough, we set off toward town. And honestly, pulling into Provision Timber Carpentry felt strangely nostalgic. Back in my very first year here, I used to sell deadwood around this area just trying to survive week to week. Now we're turning up with our own processed timber products instead. Massive difference. And after unloading everything, we have a quick chat.
Hey Ethan, good to meet you in person.
You too, Dan.
Looks good quality planks, actually.
Yeah, thanks. Better than just turning everything into firewood.
You planning on expanding the sawmill side of things?
Maybe eventually. Still figuring it out.
Well, if the timber stays like this, I'll definitely take more.
Sounds good to me. Anyway, I'd better get back to it. Nice meeting you.
And you, Ethan.
After that, we head back out toward Field 3 to check on the sugar beet. The rows are all coming through nicely, and the field's looking healthy overall. Only real issue still seems to be the lime levels in the soil. Could spread some eventually, but right now I don't really want to spend the money. For now, we'll just leave it and see how things progress naturally. Then, before heading back home, I decide to solve another problem that's been annoying me all month. That massive Tiger 6 harvester taking up half the yard. So I climb into it and attempt to drive the thing over to Field 3 to store it in the barn there instead. Trying to squeeze that machine through the country lanes was stressful enough already, but somehow it gets worse, because once I finally arrive and try backing it into the barn, it doesn't fit. Not even close. I actually clip the edge slightly, trying to reverse it in, and instantly stop before I damage something expensive. So after sitting there questioning my life choices for a minute, I eventually just back the whole machine into the bushes beside the field and leave it hidden there instead. Hopefully nobody steals it. And with that disaster sorted, April comes to an end as I walk back home through the evening, thinking about how ridiculous farming equipment actually is sometimes. Cold spring mornings are still hanging around as May rolls in, but the yard's already busy before breakfast. We've got 54,000 pounds in the bank right now, which sounds great on paper, but with the tractor payment still hanging over us every month and another 40,000 due to the estate later this year, there's no time to relax. First job this month is sorting these sheep out. There's way too many packed into this pen now, and with another batch of lambs due next month, we need space. So I hop in the tractor, hitch up the livestock trailer, and reverse it carefully into the sheep yard before climbing in and checking through the flock. The 3 2-month-olds are going, the 9 3-month-olds are going, the 4 4-month-olds are going too. Then we pick out 2 of the older sheep that aren't pregnant either. 18 in total loaded into the trailer, which should balance things out nicely once the next lambs arrive. Once they're all loaded up, we close the gates, pull out of the yard, and make our way down through town toward the livestock market. And halfway through town, there's just a random cow standing loose in the middle of the road. No farmer in sight, no panic, just a cow casually wandering around like it owns the place. So we squeeze around it carefully and carry on toward the market. Once we arrive, we pull into the unloading bay and start selling everything through. Prices are all over the place because of the different ages, but by the end of it all, we come away with roughly 4,000 pounds, which isn't bad considering most of them were still young. More importantly, we've now actually got room in the sheep pen again, so we turn around and head back home. As soon as I'm parking the trailer back up at the farm, the orders start coming in again. 6 pallets of firewood for Diane, another 6 pallets for Craig down at the Toby Carvery. Then I message Dan Cooper, letting him know we've got more timber products ready from the sawmill. 2 pallets of wood beams, 1 pallet of planks, and another 2 pallets of long planks. Dan replies almost immediately saying he'll take the lot for 11,000 pounds. Perfect. So first things first, we get the firewood loaded up. 12 pallets total strapped onto the trailer and hauled down toward town. We stop at the Toby Carvery first and unload Craig's 6 beside the pub, before strapping everything back down and carrying on toward the farmer's market. Diane's 6 get dropped off there as well, and by the time we leave town, the bank account is suddenly looking very healthy again. 91,500 pounds. Massive difference compared to where we started this whole journey. Back at the farm, we swap over equipment and start loading up Dan's timber order. The trailer looks slightly questionable once everything's stacked on there, but it works. We strap it all down tightly and head back into town again toward Provision Timber Carpentry, and after unloading everything, he gives the timber a quick look over before nodding approvingly. This stuff's getting better every batch. Good sign then. So after dropping everything off, we head back to the farm one more time. We head out into the forest and pick out another shagbark hickory standing just above the farm. 15.5 meters tall, big enough to keep both production areas running nicely for a while. We bring the tree down, strip off the branches, and start sorting everything between the firewood processor and the sawmill before stacking the larger logs nearby, ready for later. Then it's on to the final checks around the yard. The hay barn's looking dangerously low now, with only 1 hay bale left inside, so July's grass cut is going to be important. And over in the sheep barn, we've now got 2 full pallets of wool stacked up ready to sell as well. Finally, before the month wraps up, I grab the shovel and the last bag of oak saplings from the shed. Only 3 left. So we head out into the forest and plant all 3 in different spots around the woodland before putting the tools away and heading back toward the yard. There's still loads of planks to cut, firewood to process, and jobs to keep up with. But for now, May comes to a close as we roll into June. June rolls in with warm weather finally settling over the valley and 85,000 pounds sitting in the bank account, which feels a whole lot healthier than it did a few months ago. First thing this morning though, I wanted to go check on field 3 and see how the sugar beet's getting on. So we hop in the tractor and head off down the road toward the field. But as soon as I arrive, a whole bunch of wild boars. So I jump out the tractor and sprint across the field after them, waving my arms around like an idiot trying to scare them off. Eventually, they disappear back into the bushes surrounding the field, but not before flattening part of the crop. Bit annoying considering how much money we've already sunk into this field. Still, after checking things over properly, most of the crop looks fine, and it's all growing nicely otherwise. So we hop back in the tractor and head home. Once we arrive back at the yard, we stop by the sheep pen for the usual checks, and immediately realize we've got another problem. More lambs. Way more lambs. And that pushes us up to 52 sheep total. Problem is, this pen only holds 50. So now we've got decisions to make. After a quick walk through the allotment, checking on all the pallets stacking up there, ready for another future sale to Diane, we decide there's only one realistic option for now. The trailer's coming back out again. So we hitch up the livestock trailer and reverse it into the sheep yard before sorting through the flock. We load up one of the older 22-month sheep that isn't pregnant anymore, then unfortunately, all 26 of the newborn lambs as well. As much as I'd love to keep them all, there's just no room, and the older sheep are more valuable long-term for wool production and future breeding. Once everything's loaded up, we pull out onto the road and head down toward the livestock dealer again. We arrive at the market, drive slowly through the busy yard past all the cattle and trailers, and pull into the selling point. The newborn lambs bring in around 100 pounds each, which gives us 2,600 pounds total for the lot. Then the older sheep sells for another 490 pounds. Just over 3,000 pounds altogether. Not bad for a trailer load that was causing us problems anyway. So after finishing up there, we head back home once again. The trailer gets parked back in its usual spot, and the tractor goes away for about 5 minutes before we're straight back out working again, because the wood production never really stops around here now. So we head out into the forest, looking for another tree to bring down, and this time, we settle on a huge northern catalpa tree standing above the farm. Funny looking thing too, with two trunks twisting together at the base. 18.7 meters tall. Big enough to keep both production areas busy for a while. So we bring it down, strip all the branches off, and start carrying the smaller bits over by hand toward the firewood area before cutting the trunks into sections for the tractor. Then we grab the class tractor with the log grab attached and start hauling everything back over piece by piece, stacking it all beside the sawmill and firewood processors, ready for the next few weeks. Once that's done, the tractor gets parked back up, and before finishing for the evening, we make one final stop at the sapling shed. This time, we fill the planting bag with shagbark hickory saplings instead of oak. 10 loaded up, ready to go. We only used 2 today though, planting them where the catalpa tree stood before heading back toward the yard. And with more firewood to process, more planks to cut, and July's hay season just around the corner, June comes to an end. July arrives with blazing summer heat across the valley, and for once, things actually feel under control. 95,000 pounds sitting in the bank, plenty of firewood stacked up, 6 pallets of wood chips ready to sell, wool piled up in storage, planks waiting beside the sawmill, even the allotments overflowing with produce again. Compared to where we started a few years ago, the place feels completely different now. And the timing could not be better because this month we finally received the government scheme payments for avoiding the spring grass cuts. Field 17 pays out just over 3,000 pounds like usual. Then the meadow pays just over 10,000 pounds on its own. Not bad considering we didn't touch the fields for months. Still, while driving over toward the grass fields, I'm thinking about whether the scheme is actually worth it long term. Because yes, 10,000 pounds for doing absolutely nothing sounds great. But if we'd cut the grass multiple times, turned it into hay, and sold all the bales, we would have made a lot more money overall. The trade-off really comes down to time. And this year, we've been so busy with sheep, timber, firewood, and the allotment that the scheme money actually worked out pretty nicely. So for now, we'll take it. Because while moving into the meadow afterward, it really hits me how much quicker things would be with proper rear mowers added onto this setup. Bigger tedder too. Another field the size of this meadow, and suddenly the hay operation becomes something serious. So we finish mowing and tedding, fold everything up, and head back to swap over equipment. Next comes the windrower. Field 17 gets rowed up first in no time, before we move straight into the meadow and begin pulling everything into nice, clean rows. And while working through the field, another thought starts bouncing around in my head. Silage. Because wrapped silage bales sell for way more money than hay. Problem is, wrapping them means extra work, more equipment, and more time waiting for fermentation. At the moment, hay's been reliable, simple, and easy to store. But maybe eventually, silage becomes the next step if we really want to scale things up. Once all the rows are finished, we head back again and swap over to the baler. The meadow comes first. Long rows of hay disappearing into the Klaas Roland, while bale after bale drops out behind us across the field. And while going up and down the rows, I start thinking about the baler situation too. This little round baler's been fantastic for us, but stopping every time to let another bale out definitely slows things down. One day, moving up to a proper square baler setup could make a lot of sense, especially if we start taking on more grass fields. Could even start selling larger quantities commercially instead of just doing local deliveries. But that would also mean needing a more powerful tractor eventually. More money, more fields, more risk. Still plenty to think about. Eventually the meadow's done, and we head over to field 17 to finish the final rows there too. 5 more bales sitting in the field by the end of it all. Not bad at all. So we head back home, park the baler away, and decide to leave all the bales out overnight for now. We'll collect them next month. The tractor gets washed down in the yard while the evening sun starts dropping behind the hills. And after everything's cleaned up, I take one final walk around the meadow, thinking about how far this place has come already. 4 years in, a proper farm now. But it still feels like we're only just getting started. August starts with a strange feeling around the yard this year. Not panic, not survival, just expensive. 40,000 pounds gone in one morning straight back to the estate, 32 for the farm itself, and another 8 for Field 3. Watching that much money disappear never gets easier, but at least it's sorted for another year now. Still leaves us with 48,000 in the bank though, which is a lot healthier than we've ever started a year with before. And today's first job is clearing these hay bales out of Field 17 before they end up sitting here until Christmas. 5 bales sitting out here waiting for us from last month's cut. Nice easy start to year 5. We load them up one at a time using the front spikes on the Klaas and get them strapped down before heading back toward the farm. Funny how this field used to feel important when we first rented it. Now it just feels awkwardly far away compared to everything else we've got going on. Back at the yard, we reverse into the barn and unload the bales into the stack. Plenty of hay in here now, which is good because the sheep absolutely tear through grass bales these days. And speaking of bales, the meadow still needs clearing too. This time we don't even bother using the trailer, just 2 bales at a time on the front spikes, back and forth between the field and the barn for most of the afternoon, until eventually the whole meadow's cleared out as well. The stack inside is looking huge now. Good amount to sell, good amount for feed, and good backup money if we ever get stuck again. We head over to the sheep pens for a quick check on those. 36 sheep altogether now, and everything's looking healthy. Plenty of wool building up again, and another batch of lambs due in a few months' time. Only issue is they're almost out of feed, so we head back into the barn, pick up 2 grass bales on the front spikes, and carry them round to the feeding area before dropping them into the pen. That should keep them going for a while. From there, we make our way over toward the allotment, and the second I open the gate, I just stop and stare for a minute. It's getting to the point where I'm spending more time moving pallets around than actually farming. So while looking through all the produce, we put together another invoice for Diane at the farmer's market. 20,000 pounds worth this month. And instead of us hauling it down there ourselves, she's organized a flatbed truck to come collect the whole lot directly from the farm, which feels like a massive step forward. That's one of the biggest goals this year. Less back and forth driving, less repetitive jobs, more systems. If we can start organizing regular collections for all our repeat buyers, things around here become far more manageable. Once the truck leaves with all the produce, we switch attention back to Field 3. The sugar beet harvest is getting closer now, and I want this field looking as good as possible before we bring that Tiger 6 out. So we hitch up the lime spreader and head down the country roads toward the field. The beet itself looks fantastic. Thick green rows all across the field now. Only thing dragging the field quality down is the soil. So we lower the spreader and begin making passes around the field, spreading lime across the surface. The problem is, the spreader absolutely chews through lime, barely gets through part of the field before running empty. So we leave it parked beside the gate, head back for the trailer, and drive down to Peacock and Bennington's, where Oxy's already got 4 pallets of lime waiting for us out the back. We get those loaded up and hauled back to Field 3 before unloading them beside the barn. And then, the rest of the evening becomes a cycle of filling the spreader, making a few passes, refilling it again, and carrying on until eventually the whole field's finished. By sunset, the soil levels are looking much healthier, and Field 3 is finally ready for harvest season. And if this sugar beet crop works out the way I'm hoping it does, this could be the year the farm finally starts moving beyond survival mode and into something much bigger. September starts with paperwork spread all across the kitchen table again. Invoices, orders, delivery schedules. Feels strange looking at all this now, because 5 years ago, I was counting coins trying to afford diesel for the old tractor, and now we've got multiple businesses running out of the farm at the same time. First thing this month is getting another timber order sorted for Dan Cooper down at Precision Timber Carpentry. The sawmill's been working flat out lately, and we've got pallets stacked up everywhere around the woodworking area. Planks, beams, long planks. The place is starting to look like a proper little timber yard now. So we hitch up the flatbed trailer and pull alongside the sawmill ready for loading. We stack everything on carefully and strap the load down tight before heading off through the gates and down toward town. Pulling into Dan's place still feels satisfying every time. Big blue roller doors open, forklift moving around inside, stacks of timber all over the place. Feels like we're supplying an actual industry now, instead of just scraping by selling whatever we can. We unload everything for Dan, and that gives us another 11,000 pounds into the account, which is a brilliant start to the month. From there, we head straight back to the farm because there's another produce run waiting at the allotment for Diane. This one's much smaller than the last big delivery. Just a few crates of carrots, spinach, potatoes, parsnips, and red beets stacked up beside the gate ready to go. Still worth 5,700 pounds though, which is ridiculous considering what used to sit here before all this. We get everything loaded up and strapped down before heading into town once again. After dropping the produce off at the farmer's market, we head back toward the farm, sitting at around 76,000 pounds in the bank. And while driving home, I start thinking about how much time gets wasted every single month just doing deliveries. Half the days disappear, driving backwards and forwards between customers. So once we get back to the yard, I decide it's time to finally sort that problem out.
Farmer's Market, Diane speaking.
Hi Diane, Ethan here. Just giving you a quick heads up before next month's produce comes through.
Go on then.
I've organized a local delivery bloke to start doing all the regular allotment runs for us. So instead of me hauling everything down personally every month, he'll collect it from the farm and bring it straight to you.
Well, that sounds like progress.
Thanks. Anyway, next lot should be with you sometime next week.
Perfect. Speak soon, Ethan.
See you, Diane. After that, we wander over toward the sawmill and make another quick call, this time to Dan Cooper.
Dan Cooper speaking.
Hi, mate. Just letting you know I've organized someone to start doing the regular timber deliveries for us.
Good idea. No point wasting your own time sat in traffic with a trailer all day.
Exactly. Gives me more time to stay on top of everything else here.
Well, as long as the timber keeps arriving, I'm happy.
It will. Same stuff as usual.
Sounds good to me.
Well, that already feels like a huge shift for the farm. Less running around, more time working, more structure. But before September finishes, we've still got one last delivery to do ourselves. Pete Mercer needs another 12 hay bales for the cows. Same arrangement as always, 1,000 pounds per bale. So we begin stacking the trailer up back at the barn, piling the bales ridiculously high before strapping everything down and heading off toward Yew Tree Farm. We arrive down at Pete's place, pull through the yard past the cows, and unload everything beside the feed area for him. Another 12,000 pounds into the bank. And by the time we arrive back home, that leaves us sitting at roughly 87,000 pounds total. Before parking up for the night, I stop beside the Kloss and check the finance app on my phone one last time. One payment remaining, just over 10,000 pounds next month, and this tractor becomes fully ours. No more $5.5 grand disappearing every month. And once that payment's gone, this farm changes completely. October arrives with one massive job hanging over the farm: sugar beet harvest. This whole government scheme started as a bit of an experiment to push us into crop farming, and now suddenly we're standing here with a full field ready to lift, and looking at the finances before we even begin, things are already moving nicely. We're sitting at around 91,000 pounds now, and over the last couple of months, the automated deliveries have already started paying off. Roughly 10 grand came in last month from the regular timber and produce collections, and another couple thousand has already arrived this month too. Less driving, more production, exactly what we wanted. So we hop in the tractor with the trailer extension fitted and head over toward Field 3, ready to begin harvest. The closer we get to the field, the more exciting this actually feels, because this is our first real crop, not grass, not vegetables, not forestry, a proper field crop from start to finish. We pull into the gateway and park the trailer nearby before walking over toward the Tiger 6 sitting there beside the barn. The thing still looks ridiculous parked in a field this size. Huge yellow body, massive tires, big chunky header hanging off the front. We climb inside, fire it up, and pull forward toward the crop. Before starting though, we hop back out quickly and take one final look across the field. And the numbers actually look brilliant. pH levels are perfect now after all the liming. Nitrogen isn't bad at all. No spraying, no chemicals, no manure spread either. Just organic growing from start to finish. So we climb back into the machine, unfold everything, and lower the header into the first row. And within seconds, we realize just how bulky sugar beet actually is. The tank starts filling almost immediately. We begin working our way around the outside edge of the field, slowly chewing through row after row, while the beet starts piling up inside the tank. By the time we complete the first lap around the field, we're already sitting at 24,000 liters, half full. And that's when this whole thing suddenly starts feeling very real. So instead of continuing around the outside again, we cut straight through the middle section and begin opening the field up properly for the rest of the harvest. A little while later, the tank finally reaches capacity, 43,000 liters sitting inside the Tiger 6, absolutely ridiculous amount from such a small field. So we head back toward the entrance and unfold the unloading auger beside the trailer. And then we hit another issue. The trailer only holds 8,000 liters, so this is going to take a while. We start unloading the first batch into the trailer while trying to work out where we're even selling these things. And after checking the prices, Oakbridge Mill looks like the best option this month. So we set off toward town with the first load bouncing around behind the tractor. We arrive at the mill beside the farmer's market and pull into the unloading bay beneath the big red and white Oakbridge sign before tipping the first load in, 2,200 pounds. That pushes us up to around 94,000 pounds in the bank, and suddenly these beet numbers are starting to look very interesting. So the rest of the month becomes one giant cycle. Back to the field, load the trailer, drive to the mill, unload, repeat. The Tiger 6 just keeps eating through the rows while the money slowly keeps climbing. And by the time we reach the final section of the field, October's nearly over. The field itself actually looks fantastic now too. Nice, clean rows harvested right back to the soil. No crop left standing, everything lifted successfully. We finished the last few passes with roughly 14,000 liters remaining in the tank before heading back to the entrance one final time and unloading the remaining beet into the trailer. 2 final trips to Oakbridge Mill, and that's it. Harvest complete. The final load sells and leaves us sitting at 132,422 pounds in the bank, which is genuinely mad to think about. We started this month with roughly 91,000 pounds and finished it over 40,000 higher from a single field and all the regular business sales running alongside it. That little government scheme completely changed the direction of this farm. Without it, we never would have rented Field 3 in the first place. Back at the field, we stand beside the empty rows for a minute, looking across everything we've managed to pull off here this year, before climbing back into the Tiger 6 and driving it slowly back toward Peacock and Binnington's, ready for collection. And handing those keys back feels strangely satisfying, because this field proves something important. Crop farming actually works here. November arrives, cold, damp, and busy. The trees around the farm are almost bare now. The mornings are darker, and winter's starting to creep into the valley, which means there's still one massive job left before the weather completely turns: grass work. But before any of that starts, we've got another delivery heading down to Pete Mercer first thing in the morning. So we hitch up the trailer loaded with hay bales and make our way through the lanes toward Yew Tree Farm while the mist's still hanging over the fields. We pull into Pete's driveway, past the cows, and reverse alongside the feed area before unloading everything for him. Same arrangement as always: 12 bales, 1,000 pounds each. And after dropping those off and heading back home, we're sitting at around 148,000 pounds in the bank, which still feels completely ridiculous to say out loud. Back at the yard though, there's no time to stand around admiring bank balances, because today's all about efficiency. The little mower setup's done its job for years now, but these grass cuts still take too long. So instead of heading straight to the fields, we drive down to Peacock and Binnington's with the front mower attached, and head inside to speak with Oxy.
Morning, Ethan. What can I do for you?
Need a bigger mower setup. This grass work's taking forever now.
Well, you've already got the front disco mower there. You could always pair it with the Disco 1100 on the back.
How wide's that?
10 meters combined. You'd fly through fields with it. Only thing is, your Arion's right on the edge horsepower-wise, especially on hills.
It'll survive, hopefully.
That's usually what people say before smoke starts coming out the bonnet.
Still cheaper than buying another tractor.
Fair point. You wanting it then?
Yeah, go on.
46,500.
Painful, but worth it.
You'll notice the difference instantly.
I'm also thinking about upgrading the tedder soon.
Bring the old Volto in when you're ready, and we'll sort something out.
Thanks, Oxy. After that, we head back outside and hitch the massive new rear mower onto the tractor. And suddenly this setup looks serious. Front mower, huge rear mower, 10-meter working width. The only painful part is watching 46,000 pounds disappear out the bank account. Still leaves us with just over 100 grand though, so things are still looking healthy. From there, we head straight down to Field 17 to test the setup out. We unfold both mowers, lower everything down, and start the first pass. And instantly you can feel the difference. This thing absolutely flies through the grass. Within a few passes, the entire field's basically finished already. Years ago, this would have taken most of the afternoon. Now it's done before lunch. So we fold the setup back up and head over to the meadow next. This is the real test. The hills in this field instantly make the tractor work for its life. You can hear the engine digging in on the steeper climbs. But once we start working side to side across the slopes instead of straight uphill, it handles things much better. And the amount of ground we're covering now is ridiculous. Pass after pass disappears behind us until eventually the final strip of grass falls and the meadow's completely finished. That mower upgrade already feels worth every penny. Once the cutting's done, we head back to the yard, park the mower set up beside the allotment, and hitch up the tedder. But instead of going straight to the field, we head back down to Peacock and Binnington's once again. This time, we trade the old Volto 60 in for 8,500 pounds and upgrade into the larger Volto 80 for $18,000. $10,000 difference overall. Not too bad considering how much bigger it is. Then it's straight back to the meadow, where we finally begin tedding the grass out. Field 17 gets left alone this time though, because we're keeping that as fresh grass bales for the sheep through winter.
Well, look who finally answers his phone.
I've been a bit busy.
Clearly. Haven't heard from you in ages. How's things over there then?
Good actually, really good. Been flat out the last few months.
Doing what?
Bit of everything. We finally harvested that sugar beet field from the government scheme.
Oh yeah? How'd that go?
Way better than I expected. Made a decent amount out of it too. Enough that it actually made Field 3 feel worth renting.
That's good going. Didn't think you'd end up getting into crop farming this quickly.
Neither did I, honestly. Kinda snowballed once we had the field there.
What else you been up to then?
Upgraded the mower setup. Got a massive rear mower for the Kloss now.
That little Aryan pulling a big mower setup.
Barely. It survives. Just.
Well, sounds like you're doing all right over there.
Yeah, it's going well. Talk again soon.
Bye, Ethan.
By the time the final bale's in the barn and the baler's parked away, it's fully dark around the yard. The barn's stacked with feed. The sheep are sorted. The grass work's finished. And with winter now right around the corner, we finally shut everything down for the night and head inside ready for December. December arrives cold, gray, and surprisingly quiet after everything that happened over autumn. First thing this month, we received the final crop promotion payment from the government for doing the sugar beet scheme. And honestly, I was expecting a bit more. 1,870 pounds. That was it. After that, it's straight back to work, because winter means one thing around here now: firewood season. We've got 2 big orders waiting already. Craig at the Toby Carvery wants 10 pallets, and Diane down at the farmer's market wants another 10 as well. So we begin the morning loading Craig's trailer first. Once everything's strapped down, we head off through the frosty roads toward the Toby Carvery. The pub's looking busy already, with Christmas decorations up outside and smoke coming out the chimney as we pull around the back and unload all 10 pallets for Craig. That's another nice bit of income into the account before we head straight back home for round 2. Back at the farm, we pull alongside the firewood shed again and start loading Diane's order onto the trailer. Another 10 pallets. At this point, it feels like half the woodland around the farm just turns into firewood every winter. Once everything's loaded, we head off toward town again and pull alongside the farmer's market before unloading the whole trailer there for Diane. That pushes us up to around 135,000 pounds in the bank, which still feels ridiculous considering where this place started. After getting back home though, we realize the firewood stocks are looking a bit thin again already. So we swap the trailer over for the front arms and log grab before heading out beside the house toward one of the larger oak trees nearby. And then, the rest of the afternoon becomes the usual forestry routine. Cutting branches, shaving limbs off, sectioning the trunk up into manageable lengths. By sunset, we're carrying the final log over toward the woodworking area using the tractor grab and dropping it into the pile beside the sawmill and firewood processor. The whole place is stacked with timber again now, enough to keep us busy all winter. Before finishing for the evening, we head into the sapling shed, grab the shovel and a fresh bag of shagbark hickory saplings before walking back over to where the oak tree used to stand. 2 new saplings go into the ground in its place, and standing there in the freezing cold, planting new trees under the fading evening light, kind of sums this farm up now. Everything we take out, we replace again. After putting the tools away, we head back toward the woodworking area, ready for another winter of splitting logs, cutting planks, and keeping the business moving through the colder months, as December comes to an end and we head into January. January arrives freezing cold and packed full of sales. And suddenly everybody wants firewood, hay, or something delivered. and trying to work out the best long-term system for all this. There's still 10 pallets of firewood stacked up ready to go, plenty of logs waiting to be processed, and the sawmill's still turning out beams and planks constantly. Meanwhile, over in the bale barn, we've got 17 hay bales left, alongside enough grass bales to keep the sheep fed comfortably through winter. Speaking of sheep, there's another problem. There are now 71 sheep in a pen built for 50. Absolute chaos. So after checking they've got enough feed and water, we decide it's finally time to thin the numbers down a bit. We hitch up the animal trailer, reverse it up to the pen, and begin sorting through the flock. 21 of the older sheep are selected to go this time, which drops the pen back down to capacity again. Once everything's loaded up, we head down toward the animal dealer for the auction. The roads are icy this morning, and the trailer's rattling around behind us all the way into town before we finally pull into the livestock market and unload the sheep into the auction area. And the prices actually turn out really solid. 10,000 pounds for the lot, not bad at all. After sorting the paperwork out, we head inside the auction building for a quick look around and completely unexpectedly run into Rosie.
Ethan?
Oh, hey Rosie. Didn't expect to see you here.
I'm doing placement work here at the moment, part of my vet training.
Wait, you're training to be a vet?
Trying to, anyway. Still working part-time at the garden centre too.
That's actually really cool.
What about you then? Still running around cutting trees down?
Mostly. And apparently breeding sheep faster than I can sell them.
Yeah, I saw your trailer outside. That's quite a lot of sheep.
The farm's slightly getting out of hand these days.
Seems like you're doing well, though.
Trying to. Would you maybe want to grab a coffee sometime? Or lunch, maybe?
Yeah, I'd like that, actually.
Sounds great.
Text me.
I will. See you soon. Well, 5 years on this farm and asking Rosie out somehow felt more stressful than negotiating with the estate. But I'm glad I finally did it. Coffee next week, and if all goes well, maybe a lunch at the Toby Carvery next month. Who knows? Back at the farm, though, it's straight back to work. We've got another 12 hay bales heading down to Pete Mercer. Same arrangement as always, 1,000 pounds each. So we stack the trailer up high with bales, strap everything down, and make our way through the winter roads toward Yew Tree Farm. Another 12,000 pounds into the account after unloading those. Then it's back home again for even more deliveries. Oliver wants all 8 wood chip pallets this month for Willowbank Farm, which brings another 8,000 pounds in. And after that comes the final big firewood order, 10 pallets heading down to Alfie at the pub. By the time all the deliveries are finished and we finally return home again, we're sitting at roughly 188,000 pounds in the bank, which feels insane. The farm's gone from barely surviving winters to winter becoming the most profitable time of year. Before finishing for the month, though, we head back out into the woodland and bring down another northern catalpa tree ready for processing. Branches get stripped off, logs cut up, everything hauled back over toward the sawmill and firewood area until the storage is completely full again. And before heading inside for the night, we grab another couple of shagbark hickory saplings and plant them back into the woodland, ready for the future. As January comes to an end, snow clouds are beginning to gather over the hills, and it feels like February's about to hit hard. February arrives buried in snow. The whole valley's white, roads frozen, fields completely covered. And somehow, despite all that, the farm's doing better than it ever has before. 203,000 pounds sitting in the bank as we begin the month, which still feels completely surreal considering how this place started. But truthfully, the main thing on my mind this month isn't the farm, it's Rosie. We had our first coffee date a couple weeks ago, and it went way better than I expected. Since then, we've been texting constantly, and finally managed to line up another day where we're both free. Only problem is, I really don't want to turn up to lunch in a tractor. So for the first time in years, we head down to Peacock and Binnington's, looking for something that isn't farming equipment.
You look lost.
Need a vehicle. Something normal for once.
You mean something without a PTO shaft?
Exactly that.
Well, I've got a second-hand 2022 street pickup just come in. Grey one out the back. Nothing fancy, but it's tidy.
How much?
15 grand.
Honestly, that's fine. I just need something that gets me from A to B without smelling like silage.
That might be asking too much from a farm owner. Well, here you go. Enjoy.
Thanks again, Oxy. After sorting the paperwork, we walk out into the snowy yard and finally climb into our own pickup truck for the first time. And I can't lie, it feels nice. No trailer, no flashing beacon, no mud-covered tractor cab, just a normal vehicle. So we pull out of Peacock and Bennington's and make our way down toward the Toby Carvery for lunch with Rosie. The pub's warm, busy, and packed with people escaping the cold outside as we walk in and spot her already sitting near the window.
Hello. You actually turned up in a normal vehicle.
I thought I'd try blending into society for once.
Shame. I was hoping for the tractor again.
Don't worry, I can still smell faintly of diesel if that helps.
I still can't believe how much that farm's changed since you moved there.
Neither can I sometimes. Feels like every year something new gets added.
You seem happier though. Busier, but happier.
Yeah, I think things are finally starting to settle down a bit.
Apart from the 70 sheep, apparently.
Yeah, that situation's slightly out of control.
Slightly?
All right, massively.
So, what exactly are we doing here then?
Lunch?
You know what I mean.
I don't know. I just know I really like spending time with you.
Good, because I was hoping you'd say that.
So, does that make us official then?
Yeah, I think it does.
March arrives with the snow finally starting to disappear. The fields are soggy, the mornings are still freezing cold, but there's finally a bit of color returning to the valley again after months of gray skies and ice. And sitting in the yard this morning, looking through the government schemes for the year, there's honestly not much catching my attention this time around. Nothing really worth diving into, which is honestly fine because after last year's beet adventure, I think this farm needs a slightly calmer year financially. We're sitting at 209,000 pounds in the bank now, which still feels mad to say out loud, but money disappears frighteningly quickly once machinery starts getting involved. And speaking of machinery, today's first job is getting Field 3 ready again. So we hop in the Kloss and head down to Peacock and Bennington's because we finally need to buy ourselves a cultivator. We pull into the yard, head inside, and find Oxy leaning over the counter as usual.
Morning, Ethan.
Need a cultivator this time.
Ah, now we're getting into dangerous territory.
Meaning?
Meaning this is where horsepower starts becoming a problem for you. Now, there's an old wreck over there for about 800 quid, but I wouldn't trust it to cultivate a garden. This though, Senio 4000 Super, 150 horsepower requirement. Pretty much perfect for your tractor. Anything bigger than that and your class will hate you.
How much?
25,000.
Painful, but manageable. I'll take it. So after handing over another massive pile of money, we head back outside and hitch the cultivator onto the tractor. And to be fair, it looks good behind the Kloss. Big enough to feel like a serious setup now. From there, we head straight over toward Field 3, where weeds have already started creeping over the old sugar beet ground. We lower the cultivator into the soil and begin working our way back and forth across the field. And while cultivating, I keep thinking about what actually makes sense to plant here this year. Because crop farming gets expensive very quickly. The only reason sugar beet worked so well last year was because the government supplied the harvester. Without that machine, the numbers would have looked very different. So the more I think about it, the more grass just makes sense for now. Simple, reliable, low risk. Plus, if we plant grass now and leave it untouched until July, we can claim the no-cutting spring scheme on this field too, alongside the meadow and Field 17. Easy money while we focus on expanding everything else. Once the cultivating's finished, we head back to the yard, drop the cultivator off, and then immediately realize we've got another problem. Can't plant grass without a seeder, so it's straight back down to Peacock and Binnington's again. Oxy just laughs when I walk back through the door.
Back again already?
Cedar this time.
Of course it is. I've got just what you need. A 3-meter Unai Phoenix cedar, 46,500 pounds. Needs about 140 horsepower, so your tractor should cope all right with it.
That'll do then. Thanks again, Oxy, as always. And while we're there, we also grab a pallet of grass seed for another 1,200 pounds before heading back outside. At this point, the accounts drop down to around 137,000 pounds, which is still healthy, but these equipment purchases add up frighteningly fast. Back at Field 3, we fill the cedar with grass seed, lower it into the soil, and begin planting. Back and forth, row after row, slowly covering the whole field in fresh grass seed over the next couple of days, until eventually, everything's finished, and Field 3's reset ready for another year. Once the seeding's done, we clean the drill off, park it back at the farm, and turn our attention toward another issue. We've almost run out of raw timber again. The sawmill still has a bit left to process, but the storage area is looking emptier than usual. So we head out into the woodland with the chainsaw and find something quite cool. The oak trees we planted years ago when we first arrived here are finally fully grown, which means for the first time ever, we're harvesting trees we planted ourselves. Strip all the branches off, cut the trunk into sections, and spend the evening hauling everything back across toward the woodworking area until the storage is full again. And before heading inside for the night, we stop beside the sheep pens and notice 4 pallets of wool sitting there waiting, which starts another dangerous thought process entirely. Because instead of selling the wool raw, maybe it's finally time to start processing that ourselves too. But that's a problem for another month. For now, March comes to an end with fresh grass planted, timber stocked back up, and the farm rolling steadily into spring once again. April arrives quietly. The trees are turning green again, the mornings are finally warming up a little, and for once, the farm actually feels calm. No massive harvest, no huge financial stress, no giant machinery parked awkwardly in fields, just steady progress. We start the month walking through the sheep pens, checking on everyone. All the sheep are looking healthy, the lambs are growing nicely, and there's wool stacked absolutely everywhere beside the meadow gate now. 4 full pallets sitting there ready to go. And staring at all that wool starts another dangerous chain of thought. Because instead of selling it cheaply, why not process it ourselves? So after a lot of thinking over the last couple weeks, we finally decide to invest in a small on-site spinnery setup for the farm. Nothing massive, just a compact little fabric operation beside the sheep barn, so we can turn the wool directly into fabric ourselves and hopefully increase the value quite a bit. The best spot for it seems to be down the side of the sheep shed where the cedar's currently parked. So first job is moving that out the way. We hop in the tractor, shift the cedar over near the allotment road entrance, and not long later, the delivery truck arrives carrying the new spinnery setup. 2 small fabric machines under a little covered shed area tucked beside the sheep pens. 36,000 pounds gone instantly, which hurts slightly, but standing there looking at it, it feels like another smart long-term investment. Especially now we're producing this much wool. Inside the control area, we take a look through the numbers. 3 wool turns into 1 fabric. 144 cycles per month. Not bad at all. So next thing we do is grab the flatbed trailer and head over toward the meadow entrance where all the wool pallets are stacked. We load everything up, strap it down, and haul it across the yard toward the new spinnery before unloading the pallets beside the input area. 4,000 liters of wool loaded straight in. And just like that, the machines kick into life. Another production chain added to the farm. At this point, the place barely resembles the little struggling setup we first moved into years ago. We've got forestry, firewood, planks, vegetables, sheep, hay, grass, fabric production now as well. Everything's slowly connecting together into one giant business. And weirdly enough, the more automated things become around here, the calmer life actually feels. The produce deliveries are running smoothly, the firewood contracts are organized, the timber pickups are sorted. Most of the month honestly disappears just handling invoices, checking stock levels, and keeping everything flowing in the background. Which means by the end of April, there's really only one final thing left to do. We park the tractor up, head over toward the woodworking area, and spend the evening splitting more logs and keeping the firewood stockpile growing ready for the colder months later in the year. A quiet month, a productive month, and another small step toward turning this place into something far bigger than just a farm. May arrives bright, warm, and busy. Spring's fully settled in now, and the whole farm feels alive again. Grass growing fast across field 3, lambs everywhere in the sheep pens, and the allotments pumping out produce constantly in the background. Financially, things are still looking really healthy too. 137,000 pounds sitting in the bank as we start the month. First job this morning is feeding the sheep. So we hop in the tractor, attach the front forks, and head into the bale barn before picking up 2 grass bales and carrying them over toward the sheep pens. The second those gates open, the sheep all come charging over looking for breakfast. We drop both bales into the feeding area, which should keep them going comfortably for the next month or two. But while checking over the flock, we realize there's another problem growing again. 56 sheep. 6 over capacity already. And with another 5 pregnant as well, we're quickly heading back toward complete chaos. So after putting the forks away, we hitch up the animal trailer once again and reverse it up alongside the pens. This time we decide to sell 12 of the 6-month-old sheep to free up space while still keeping the older flock producing wool. And while loading them up, I keep thinking about how cramped this setup's becoming. Because realistically, if we keep expanding the sheep side of the business, we're eventually going to need far more room. Part of me's even been considering converting the meadow into proper grazing land one day. We head down toward the animal dealer and sell all 12 sheep at auction. 6-month-olds are fetching around 250 pounds each now, which gives us another 3,000 pounds into the account. Not bad at all. That pushes us up to around 140,000 pounds before we head back home again. Back at the farm, we stop beside the new spinnery setup and check how things are progressing there. And while it is technically working, it's definitely slow. We've burned through around 500 liters of wool so far and only produced about 150 liters of fabric. To actually sell fabric properly, we need 1,000 liters stacked up. So it's going to take a while before this investment really starts making noticeable money. Still, the machines are ticking away quietly in the background, which is exactly what we wanted: passive production. After parking the animal trailer beside the spinnery, we wander over toward the allotment for a quick look around there too. Everything's growing brilliantly, and having the delivery driver collect produce automatically every week has completely changed how manageable this place feels now. The income just quietly rolls in while we focus on everything else. From there, we swap over into the pickup truck and head down toward field 3 to check on the grass. The field's looking fantastic. Thick green growth all across it already. Technically, it's harvestable now, but it's still too short to bother with. If we leave it untouched until July, we'll qualify for the spring no-cut scheme on this field alongside the meadow and field 17, which should bring in another decent payout. So for now, we leave it alone. After checking the field, we carry on into town because I've got a couple errands to run, and one excuse to stop by the garden center. Rosie's working today, but she's on lunch break when I arrive, so we grab a table at the little cafe inside and sit down together for a quick catch-up.
Hey, you actually look relaxed for once.
I think automating half the farm might have saved my life.
Either that or the pickup truck changed you.
Careful, I'm basically sophisticated now.
You still smell like sheep.
Right. Maybe not fully sophisticated then.
Still nice seeing you this happy though.
Yeah, things are going pretty well at the moment. Right, I'd better let you get back to work.
I suppose so. See you tonight?
Of course, see you later. And with that, May quietly comes to an end as we head towards summer and into June. June arrives warm, bright, and strangely peaceful. The farm's ticking along nicely now. Grass fields are thick and nearly ready for cutting next month. The sheep are happy. The spinnery's quietly working away in the background, and for once there's not some giant disaster waiting around the corner. So this month ends up being mostly about forestry. We start the morning straight out in the woodland, bringing down another oak tree. Big thing too, 18 meters tall. The chainsaw cuts through the base, and the whole tree slowly creaks over before crashing down through the forest floor. Then, it's the usual routine after that. Small branches stripped off first, larger limbs cut back, everything sorted into piles. We spend most of the day carrying the larger branches back across toward the woodworking area, one by one, before eventually bringing the tractor over and hauling the main logs across too. By the time we finish, both the sawmill and firewood areas are absolutely stacked again. Enough timber there to keep production running for quite a while. After cleaning up the last bits around the forest floor, we grab the remaining shag bark hickory saplings and the shovel before planting all 4 of them back through the woodland. 2 over near the newer growth section, 2 more closer toward the middle clearing. And standing there looking across the forest afterwards is actually pretty satisfying. 5 years ago, most of this woodland felt untouched and forgotten. Now it feels managed, planned, like part of the business. Once the tools are put away, we take a slow walk around the yard, just looking over everything that's changed. The sheep barns, the allotment, the spinnery, the woodworking area, the growing machinery lineup. Even the pickup truck sitting outside the house still feels strange sometimes. Eventually, we hop into it and decide to head out for a drive. Not for work this time, just thinking. And after passing the Witcombe plow and following the road further out through the valley, we end up pulling into a place I've driven past loads of times before, but never really stopped at properly. The old commercial sawmill site. And compared to our little setup back at the farm, this thing is enormous. Huge warehouse buildings, proper loading bays, industrial saw equipment, space for logging trucks, storage yards, a real forestry business. Just looking around, thinking about what something like this would actually take. 300,000 pounds just for the land and buildings. Then you'd need forests to harvest from, logging machinery, harvesters, forwarders, excavators, millions worth of equipment once you really get into it. And part of me genuinely loves the idea. The forestry side of the farms become one of my favorite parts of the whole business. The firewood, the planks, the sawmill work, planting trees and watching them grow back over years. It's satisfying in a completely different way to farming. But sitting there, looking across that massive industrial yard, also makes me realize just how huge that world really is. That's not a small expansion, that's an entirely different business. And right now, even with the farm doing better than ever, it still feels out of reach. Maybe one day, but not yet. So after one last look around, we start the truck back up and head home through the summer evening while the sun drops over the valley. June comes to an end quietly, and with the grass fields now almost ready to cut, Year 5's final month is waiting just around the corner. July arrives hot, dry, and busy. The final month of Year 5. And sitting in the yard this morning, looking through the used vehicle sales, might have been a mistake. Because right there on the screen is an absolutely ridiculous machine. A Class Zerion 12. 600 horsepower, 46% off. Still 316,000 pounds though. Completely unrealistic for us right now, but bloody hell it's nice to look at. We move over to the government scheme payouts instead, and thankfully those are a lot more useful. The no mowing through spring scheme has absolutely carried this year financially. Field 3 pays out 13,000 pounds. Field 17 gives us another 3,100. And the meadow brings in roughly another 12,000 as well. about 27,000 pounds total just for leaving the grass alone through spring. And when you think about the amount of mowing, tedding, baling, and hauling we would have had to do otherwise, it's actually been a fantastic deal. So with the scheme payouts now sorted, it's finally time to get to work. We hitch up the front mower, fold out the giant rear mower setup, and head off toward Field 3. But before leaving the yard, something else catches my eye. A new government demo scheme, 3-month tractor trial, a Zetter Crystal, 150 horsepower. Not the fanciest thing in the world, but free machinery is free machinery, so naturally, we accept it immediately. And by the time we arrive at Field 3, the Zetter's already been delivered. So while lowering the mower into the grass, I decide to give Giles a call.
You all right, lad?
Got a strange question for you.
That usually means expensive machinery is involved.
Government dropped off a demo tractor, and I was wondering if you fancied helping out with mowing this month. Could use another pair of hands.
Sure. What am I driving then?
Zetter Crystal.
Oh, now that takes me back. Yeah, all right then. I'll come down.
You sure? I can pay you for the time.
Don't be ridiculous. Nice to have something to do these days.
Not long later, Giles arrives at the farm, and before long, we're both working across Field 3 together. I'm out front mowing, while Giles follows behind in the Zetter with the tedder running. And honestly, seeing two tractors working the same field together feels completely different, like a real operation. We finish Field 3 quickly and move straight onto the meadow where the same system continues. Grass disappearing behind the mower, while Giles works away behind me, turning everything over in the summer heat. A little while later, the phone rings again.
This thing's not bad, actually.
You sound surprised.
Still not as nice as your class, mind you, but she's got enough pull in her.
Might have to keep borrowing you if this keeps speeding things up.
Careful, you'll have me back working full time.
By late evening, we finally finish Field 17 and head back toward the farmyard. The mower setup folds up behind the tractor while Giles carries on finishing the last bits of tedding before we swap equipment over for the next stage tomorrow. And just as I'm parking the tractor back in the yard... All right, Pete?
Ethan, it's Sandra, Pete's wife.
Sandra? What's happened?
Pete had a heart attack a couple days ago. He passed away yesterday morning.
What?
I didn't know how to call you sooner. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. Pete's gone?
Yes, I'm sorry. We are devastated. Ethan, there's something else. You were mentioned in Pete's will. There's something he wanted you to have. I really think you need to come down to the farm. Right now.
Yeah, all right. I'm on my way. I don't even remember grabbing my keys. One minute I'm standing beside the tractor, and the next I'm flying down the valley roads in the pickup truck toward Pete's farm with my head spinning. Pete's gone, and somehow, for some reason, he left something to me.